Hello. Welcome to Love to ASL Professional Development. Today we're going to be starting class number 1 of the NIC Performance Test Preparation Training. So I've got everybody checked in. I always kind of like to say where people are from. So I've got California, Florida, Illinois, Montana, North Dakota, California, and Oregon. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. I don't know, Sharika, if you know where Ockley Green School is and Jefferson High School, but it's on the north side. I lived on North Jessup Street and near Ainsworth. Anyway, that little tidbit, little trivia. Question, should we have printed out anything for the drive slides you sent out, or just have it open in a separate window? That's your choice. You can just open it up in a separate window, or you can print it out and take notes on it. I sent them out last night. It was late last night, but you should have been able to access them first thing this morning and print them out. But it's up to you. Some people don't have printers, you know. Some people just prefer to follow along on the screen. It's a total personal decision. Okay, started. We have a lot of stuff to cover, tons of stuff to cover. All right, everything is in order. Very good. The way that Michelle asked a question is the way that I have asked you to do it in the pre-slides. She did capital. The reason being is I'm looking at a laptop right here in front of me, and I can't. A lot of you guys like to talk and make comments back and forth and kind of network, and that's good. But if it's a question, I don't want to have to read every single person's comments to figure out if it's a question. So when you put it in caps, I look over here and I see something in caps, and I then it catches my focus, and then I see the word question, and then I will go ahead and do my best to answer all questions as time allows. Okay, to get started, I want to do something a little new and different. I got this book at Deaf Nation. I go to several different deaf expos. This one was Deaf Nation last month, and it says, "Know That," quotes from deaf women for a positive life. And basically what I do is I just kind of close the book and I open it up, just, you know, kind of randomly. Know that life is boundless in its possibilities, by Suzanne Singleton. This is a really nice little book, a treasure of quotes from deaf women who share what they have discovered about life, love, and other good stuff. And it's by Dawn Press, Dawn Sign Press. www.dawnsign.com if you're interested. I just love taking these little positive affirmation books and just kind of, you know, just let it open wherever it will. And next class I'm going to read this one. All right, let me put that away. I'm going to turn on my fan and I'm going to start the timer. We go for 50 minutes and then we take a 10-minute break. Second break is a 30-minute break. Because about me, I'm a really laid-back person. I'm not highly structured. I'm highly organized, but I'm not rigid. I'm really, everybody that I work with says that I'm easy to access, I'm easy to talk to. So some people who like real rigidity and structure, and you know, if I tell a story about one of my interpreting experiences, I get feedback about it's off topic and so on and so forth. Well, anything that I share about interpreting is never off topic, okay? It has value in the deaf culture. And there has been for a long time, but it seems to be coming to the forefront now, about Deaf Heart. And Deaf Heart is all about understanding the deaf life, the deaf culture, caring about deaf people as a whole. All deaf people are not alike, just like all hearing people are not alike. In all different races of people, everybody's not alike. So we're not going to pigeonhole people and say deaf people are this and deaf people are that. But there are some cultural similarities and behaviors among what I call the core group of deaf people. The core group of deaf people, if you used a bullseye, is the biggest portion. And they are the ASL people. They're not PSE. They're not the high educated deaf people. They're not the deaf people that hold master's degrees and PhDs. Now, am I saying that those people are not good at ASL? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we mainly work with core deaf people and stragglers of people that are more, they read lips, they are more English word order, PSE or contact. They have enough hearing that they can kind of follow along and read lips, and then if they need to, they kind of watch our signs. That's not what we're preparing for. This test is in ASL. There's no PSE, no English about it. So that's going to be our focus. Our focus is going to be strictly on how everything is communicated in ASL. All right. You're gonna see me looking over here at my laptop every once in a while, make sure I haven't missed somebody's question. Okay, the first document that I want you to turn to is what's your learning style. Now, I do this for every single training, and even if you've done it before, I have you do it again because things change. The first time I took this years ago when I was in college, I think I was doing my bachelor's degree, and one of my professors handed us this test. I did my bachelor's degree in human services, and what that means is it's the schools of theory of counseling. It's not HR, it's HS. And most people don't really know what human services is about, and it's about learning how to become a therapist. Then I went on to do my master's degree in counseling. It was called the psychology of counseling. So first I had to learn about the schools of like Freud and Carl Rogers and Eliot. There were about 12 different theories that there's more than that, but we focused on those because you have to pick one as your main focus, and then you have to have a secondary one when you take the state boards. So we were given this, what's your learning style? You should have it out in front of you by now, and we're going to take a couple of minutes and have you answer these questions because it's really important to how you learn. If you understand what kind of a learner you are and you begin to embrace it and support yourself as this is the kind of learner I am, you're going to do much better. So I can remember there was a gal sitting next to me in a class, and she never took a note. She never cracked a book. She didn't have any highlighters. She didn't have any colored pens. She didn't do anything. And I had my stuff all spread out, you know. And everything had to be visual for me. I would like draw pictures in my textbooks, you know, to help me understand concepts. So let's go ahead and get started. Number one, when I try to concentrate and then read them across, I grow distracted by clutter or movement. The next one, I get distracted by sounds. I attempt to control the amount and type of noise around me. The next one, I become distracted by commotion and I tend to retreat inside of myself. So circle the one that is most like you. And some people say, well, you know, I'm kind of this and I'm kind of that. Well, look at them both and trust your gut instinct. You're more one than you are the other. And go ahead and answer that. Okay, number two. When I visualize and then read across, I see, I think, I see images in my thoughts, and pick one. I'm just going to give you about 10 seconds to do this. We don't need a whole lot of time to do this. Number three, when I talk with others, I find it difficult to listen. I enjoy listening. I gesture and communicate with my hands. Number four, when I contact people, I prefer face-to-face. I prefer speaking on the telephone. I prefer interacting while walking. Number five, when I see an acquaintance, I forget names but remember faces. I know people's names. I remember what we did together. Okay. Number six, when I relax, I watch TV, see a play, visit an exhibit, or go to a movie. I listen to the radio, play music, read, or talk with a friend. I play sports, make crafts, or build something with my hands. Number seven, when I read, I like descriptive examples. I enjoy narrative most. I prefer action-oriented stories. Number eight, when I spell, I envision the word in my mind or imagine what the word looks like when it's written. I sound out the word, sometimes aloud, and tend to recall rules about the letter order. I get a feel for the word by writing it out or pretending to type it. Remember, circle the one that's most like you. Number 9. When I do something new, I seek out demonstrations, pictures, or diagrams. I want verbal or written instructions. I jump right into it, keep trying, and try different approaches. Number 10, when I assemble an object, I look at the picture first, I read the directions, I usually ignore the directions and figure it out as I go along. Number 11, when I interpret someone's mood, I examine facial expressions. I rely on listening to tone of voice. I focus on body image. Number 12, when I teach other people, I show them, I tell them, write it out, I demonstrate how it's done, and ask them to try. Okay, so now go back to the first page and go down the first column and then add up how many circles you have, 1 through 12. And then put the total on the second page. There is a place for total. And then go down the middle column and count those circles, and then the circles on the second page, and put the total of the circles where it says total. And then add up the third column of circles, add up the circles on the second one, and then where it says total for tactile, kinesthetic, put the total in there. The next thing it says to do is take the highest score in any of the 3 columns and put that as your primary learning style. And then look for the next highest score and put that in as your secondary learning style. The first time I did this, I got 12 out of 12. 10 years later, I took it again. I got 11 visual and 1 kinesthetic. It can change. So even if you've done this before, make sure you do it again and just see if you're the same or anything has changed. Okay. So now that you know which learning style you rely on, you can boost your learning potential when you working to learn more. For instance, the following suggestions can help you get more from reading a book. If your primary learning style is visual, draw pictures in the margins, and that's what I did, and nobody taught me that. It's just I knew that my neural pathways moved information from short-term to long-term memory by drawing pictures. If your primary learning style is auditory, listen to the words you read out loud to yourself. You can read into a voice recorder and play it back. If your primary learning style is tactile, kinesthetic, use a pencil or a highlighter or pen to mark passages that are meaningful to you. And I do that, so I guess that's why I get the 1 kinesthetic. Now, which is better? Is it better to be audio? Is it better to be visual? Is it better to be kinesthetic? That has nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter. No one is better at anything because they are this kind of a learner or that kind of a learner. It solely has to do with you understanding what works best for you and then embracing that so that you trigger your neurotransmitters that create pathways, that create files in your memory. So if you do the thing that works best for you based on the kind of learner you are, then you will learn faster and you will remember better. Really, really important. I read an article recently about how the brain works, and it says that information learned that is written and spoken, after 3 days, you remember 6%. And if there's pictures in it explaining everything, you remember 67%. Why is that? If you're an audio learner, if you're a kinesthetic learner, why would pictures make you learn better? That's because when the brain receives information, it doesn't matter if the brain hears it, if it sees it, or it touches it. When it goes into the brain has to interpret it by putting it into pictures. Once the brain puts it into pictures, then it remembers it. Isn't that amazing? So no matter what kind of a learner you are, pictures last longer. Question? Yeah. What if you tied, I would put, let's just say that you had 4 for visual and 4 for kinesthetic. I would just put 4/4. That way you would remember. I have had people that are across the board. In other words, 4 in visual, 4 in audio, and 4 in kinesthetic. All right. So that means they kind of learn in all sort of eclectically in all different ways. How you receive the information is one thing. The brain processes it into pictures. Another thing that was in the article, it said that we look out at the world 3-dimensionally, and when the brain processes it, it processes it in 2-dimension. In 2-dimension pictures. Fascinating. I love studying about the brain. Okay, let's move on. Next, let's pull out the syllabus. Let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing and what some of our goals are. So go ahead and get your syllabus out. Looks like this. And you should be able to follow along fairly well. It says we're going to look at the candidate handbook. There's 62 pages in the candidate handbook, and I just gleaned 9 pages out of it, and I sent them to you in your materials. Okay, if you want to read all 62 pages, go to rid.org and look for the candidate handbook. Click on that and you can read every page. But I only want to spend time looking at what's important to the performance exam. Conceptualization, you have the handout for that. Cognitive processing is a byproduct of conceptualization. We'll talk more about that when we go through the PowerPoint. And the next thing we're going to do today is visualization. If there's any time left over in a class, we will watch videos. And not just sit back and watch them, but I critique them. I will talk about interpreting and vocabulary and better ways of conceptualizing. I'm not here to criticize other interpreters. That's not what I'm about. What I'm about is this conceptually accurate? Does this make sense? I got a lot. One of the advantages of taking training from me is I give you feedback on selfie videos. And a selfie video is you recording yourself interpreting something. It can be expressive, it can be receptive. And I give you feedback. I give you fine-tuning. This would have been more conceptually accurate if you would have signed it like this. This would have been a vocabulary choice that's a really cohesive, good fit for this topic. Things like that. Okay. I have several videos that I have had deaf friends volunteer. I paid them, but volunteer to, talk about themselves. I grew up deaf, I was born hearing, blah, 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 blah. So we will have those available. If we don't have time to watch them in class, I'm going to put them all together on a video and send it to you as a link, as a video practice link. Okay. Remember, you signed a non-disclosure. What that means is you want your friend to say, this is a really cool video. This guy, he's talking about his trip going to Mexico, and he signs so fast, you know, and he's like, you got to see this. No, you don't. You cannot show any of the materials or any of the videos to anybody. Okay, that's what the non-disclosure agreement is about. I had my deaf friends sign a release that I'm allowed to show these during my training. And in their contract, in their release, I said, I will not sell these, and they will not be shared with anybody other than the student that's taking the class. So if you violate that, you make me violate my commitment too. All right. So as you can see in the next column over, it says class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then miscellaneous. So we're going to go through all of this information. Now, if you're looking at it going, wait a minute, I learned all of this in my ITP. Well, I've been an interpreter for almost 50 years, and I've learned a couple of tricks along the way. So I've got different things to talk to you about. And you would be amazed at how many people say to me, I never learned that in my ITP. Okay. Now, does that mean they're not a good, it wasn't a good program? No, that doesn't mean that. It means they had a different experience. I know interpreters that interpreted for 5 years and became instructors. What interpreting experience base do they have? That's my question. All right. So class 2, you can read this. I don't have to read it to you. We're going to do finger spelling of words and numbers, and we're going to create a vocabulary list. So you're going to have homework today. I'm going to give you a practice sheet that has to do with conceptualization, and we'll talk about that later. But I also want you, each one of you, to create a vocabulary list of signs that when you were interpreting, you were stumped. How do you sign this? So we're going to create a vocabulary based on our own personal experience and interpreter needs. On the third day, it's classifiers. I teach the EIPA as well, and I'm a LTA, which means I provide the test here on site for people that are taking the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment. And they give copious amounts of feedback, and people share their test scores with me when they fail. And I got to be honest with you, they come to me because they failed and they want to take my training. Then they show me their test scores. Classifiers is almost always on there for lacking. Facial expression, classifiers, finger spelling, clarity. You know, people are going, okay, what was that? And especially in the EIPA, because this is working with children. So, you know, if you're gonna spell condensation and you go, that just doesn't work. So we're going to talk about a cadence, about a rhythm, about developing your style as an interpreter. Class number 4, emotions. We're going to talk about facial expressions and how to do that naturally. I have developed a method that unless somebody else has taken my class and is teaching it, which they shouldn't be, I'm the only one that teaches it, and it's based on a training that I took when I was in college, and I'll tell you more about that when we get there. Mouth morphemes, a must. This is ASL, not PSE. You're not mouthing your words. If you're mouthing your words, you're going to get marked off. You have to use mouth morphemes, and we're going to, you know, I'm going to show you all of the mouth morphemes. Body language, prosody. When somebody's really, really upset and you're interpreting, and he's going, all right, not a match, right? I actually had that I worked for Sorensen, and for Purple it was called Hovers at the time, and for over 4 years. And I actually had a call where a brother borrowed a motorcycle and damaged one of the mirrors, and that conversation actually happened. And I was teaming with somebody who was uncomfortable with doing the anger part. And so when we got off of the call, I said to her, so what do you think is going to happen when the brother goes over to the other brother's house and that guy's still really pissed off and he goes over there thinking everything's cool? So you're responsible for, you know, what happens if the guy beats his brother up, or, you know, slams the door in his face, or, you know, beats him to a pulp. That is our responsibility, to convey the message in the spirit, in the meaning. That's in our code of professional conduct. All right. I have a passion for sign language, and you're going to hear it throughout the training. I love what I do. I'm blessed by having deaf parents and having a livelihood that has taken care of me and my family my whole entire life. I will be 66 in August, so that gives me 49 years as a certified interpreter, and it just doesn't get any better than this. It really doesn't. And I hope that I can somehow transfer some of my passion. And I'm sure you guys have plenty of passion of your own. Most people who learn sign language, they have a fascination with sign language, and then when they go on to become interpreters, it separates the signers from the unique interpreters, because not everybody can interpret. I'm one of 4 kids. I'm the baby. My oldest sister, she was the first, you know, very fluent in signing. My parents passed away. She was not around deaf people for over 20 years. She lost she can't understand anything in sign language. I had 2 middle kids that knew the ABCs and a few signs and lots of gestures. I was the only one that became an interpreter. I have 3 kids, all signers. My middle daughter is an interpreter. She does post-secondary community college interpreting. So, we are unique, and we need to embrace our uniqueness. We need to feel proud, and we need to feel special, not powerful. Let's not get confused. Some people, I see it in their face, they got kind of this, you know, this power trip going on. You know, I'm in charge, and I'm the one that's, you know, facilitating communication, and without me, you're nothing. Don't go there. We had the same thing in therapy. It was called Power in the Dark Side, I think was the book I read. And it was all about how a therapist can sit back and feel like they can be in control of somebody else's life just by telling them what to do. Okay? That's a big no-no. It is so unethical. It's so wrong, and a little bit, you know, I think a little bit, you know, power and control over somebody. Ooh, a little scary. Okay. Checking for questions. Cognitive mapping, that's another big one. A lot of people don't even understand what that word is. And that means, what am I talking about? What do I know about the subject? What vocabulary do I expect to show up? And what's the flow of this? What's the point? Where are we going to end up? And how can I put it all together? And I'm going to teach you how to hierarchically map anything. And then below, the last one under miscellaneous, it talks about expressive receptive, strengthening ASL skills, cognitive processing, self-assessment for fine-tuning distracting habits. That's that. I'm videotaping myself and now I'm watching it. And alleviating test anxiety. As a therapist, I worked with women in domestic violence. That's when I was doing my internship. I did it for 2 years, and they had so much stress going on, and so I developed a meditation to help people with stress. And I will share that with you towards the end. Now we're going to move on to the candidate handbook. I want to show you something. I just kind of put a notebook together just to show. And when you open it up, it has indexes, and it has 5. It has 5 little indexes, 1 for each class. And there's a table of contents in the very front. And so in the very front, you can write down what's on your syllabus. So here you can write conceptualization, visualization, candidate handbook, and follow through with all 5 days, because this should be a resource manual for you. You don't want to have a stack of papers here and there in a folder, and you open it up and you're doing this. You want to have it highly organized so that when you need to recall something, wait a minute, I learned something about finger spelling. Wait a minute, okay, finger spelling, here we go. Yeah, here it is. It's a resource manual to help you study, okay? All right. Okay, pull out your 9 pages from the candidate handbook. I want a highlighter. Let me see if I can find a highlighter over here in my stuff. Oh, I guess a red pen will have to do. Okay. Now, we're not going to read everything word for word here. I'm not here to waste your time. I'm here to get you to understand what's important. Do you know the #1 reason for first-time test takers, why they fail? The #1 reason? They don't follow directions. I had a friend who went in and took the SCL, and that's the Specialty Certificate Legal, and she failed, and she's been interpreting in the courts for over 20 years. And she said, I don't know what happened. And I said, walk me through it. What did you do? And then she got to the part where she said, and I took in my leather-bound notebook that had all my certifications and all of my trainings. And I went through, okay, that's why she failed. It says you can't take anything in the room except for water. They will give you papers, blank papers to write on. You don't provide them yourself. They give you everything. They want to make absolutely sure that you haven't written in the tiniest, or maybe, in that invisible marker, and then, you wipe your hand over it and then you can see, I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along. They do not want you to bring anything in there. So let's take a look rather quickly. What's important here? On page 21, it says NIC interview and performance exam format. It's a 1-hour performance-based exam. 1 hour. So I know I'm going to be there for an hour in the testing. There's a warm-up part, but the test itself, 1 hour. Exam structure consists of 7 videos, 2 vignettes for the interview, and 5 vignettes for the performance. So circle down here where it says 5 interpreting performance vignettes. Underline, highlight, circle. And then it has a description. A vignette is a short problem that contains a real-world problem or interpreter activity. Let's look down where it says ethical interview. We're not doing that. So then go all the way down, 3/4 of the page down, where it says interpreting performance vignettes. Okay, make a little star next to that. The last 5 vignettes assess the candidate's skill in performing spoken English to ASL, not PSE, and ASL to spoken English. These vignettes present real-life interpreting situations and require candidates to perform simultaneous interpreting. What's the difference between simultaneous and consecutive interpreting? I'm listening and I'm interpreting. Simultaneous. Consecutive, I'm listening, I'm listening, I'm listening, I'm listening, I've got it, now I'm interpreting. So I listen, then I interpret. Listen, then I interpret. They here are saying you must do it simultaneous. Now, this is something that I was told that was tricky for people. So this is really important to listen to. In some cases, the candidate may be instructed to begin interpreting at a given point in an ongoing conversation. What does that mean? Well, what it means is imagine yourself being a team, and you are watching the clock. Your 30 minutes is up and you're going to make a switch. And you sit down and you just pick up where the other interpreter left off in an ongoing conversation. That's what that means. So be prepared for that. Now, if you don't know about that, you get blindsided by it. And you go, whoa, whoa, what just happened? What's going on? Okay, you don't need to. Now you know. All right, so we're going to underline. George, we're looking at the handouts that there are 9 pages of the candidate handbook.
I see it right there.
This is also for you to put all your paperwork in. I was showing it to everybody.
Thank you.
It has 5 index slots in it, and then you can put all of those in there.
I see. Thank you.
All right. So we are on page 21. And we are 3/4 of the way down the page where it says interpreting performance vignettes. And we just read, in some cases, the candidate, and let's underline that, in some cases, the candidate may be instructed to begin interpreting at a given point in an ongoing conversation. Put in parentheses team. That will help you to remember what that means, right? If you were a team, you'd be switching in an ongoing conversation, wouldn't you? This is a similar situation that occurs when an interpreter is taking over for another interpreter. Well, there it is, team. In such cases, candidates are provided with information about the preceding conversation. All right. The interpreting performance vignettes are formatted as follows. Now, some of you who took the test before and they had a deaf person there hosting, and they would sign everything out to you, and then you would interpret. There's no deaf person hosting anymore. I had dinner with the RID secretary, and I said to them, why did you do that? Us visual learners needed that, and now you've taken it away and made it more audio. Okay? We needed to have that visual stimulus. Everybody says, it goes by so fast. I'm trying to read it all and I can't even read it all. Next thing you know, it's off the screen. For those of you who took the interview portion, I taught you some speed reading techniques. So you guys aren't worried about that, are you? All right. So it says under stimulus, candidates are presented with, number 1, a written description of the context of a real-world interpreting situation. What is that? What is a real-world situation? I believe, yes, if you look at your syllabus that has all 5 classes listed for you, and you look at the very bottom, video practice. Choose videos to practice for your selfie video recordings to self-evaluate using each of the above interpreting domains. And the domains are the conceptualization, visualization, fingerspelling, facial expressions, classifiers, and so on. YouTube offers many ASL videos that you can use for your self-recording. Choose topics that might be on the NIC exam. Medical situation, social security situation, financial situation, job interview, educational situation. Now, and legal, not courtroom. So what's a legal, not courtroom? It could be an IEP. Are you guys familiar with IEPs? Individual Education Performance, is it? No, plan. Okay? It has some legal language in it. Anytime you're interpreting and it says, sign this under penalty of perjury. If you don't know what that means, then you're not really able to interpret that. Okay? You have to find out in your state, but in our state, signing under penalty of perjury means if you're caught perjuring yourself, you can get 6 months in jail or a $1,000 fine. So instead of saying penalty of perjury, because here's what happens. If you lie, you sign this, later you trouble, and in their mind they go, everybody does it. Nobody gets caught. But if you say, can jail 6 months, can fine 1,000, can either or both, then they go, ooh, maybe I better not lie. Okay? That's the difference. Financial. Think of banking stuff. Think of taxes. What about, tax preparation? Think about Social Security. Recently, a long time ago, I do lots of what they call administrative hearings. Do you know that they don't hire a court interpreter to do an administrative hearing? And did you know that an administrative hearing is about paying back money, overpayments for SSI, and it's heard before a federal judge? How is it that they are able to bring any old interpreter in there before a federal judge? The last time I did that, I was asked what my qualifications were, what my background was, and I told him I was a Superior Court interpreter, and the judge said, okay, and went on. Didn't even, because a lot of time they do what they call qualifying the interpreter, or kind of a voir dire, and they ask you things like, how long have you been interpreting, how did you learn, where was your education, and they have a list of things they ask to qualify you to protect themselves. What kind of legal training do you have? None. I don't know. Be careful with that. They're getting more and more strict with it. For those states who have licensure, right now California is in the process. We had a town hall meeting here, and they've had them in several counties talking about licensure, and what that means is you will not be able to work as an interpreter in the state of California or any state that has state licensure unless you're certified. You must have a mentor that is responsible for you while you're out there interpreting. When I was going through my training to be a therapist, I had a supervisor, and I had to pay her. I had to pay her 50% of everything I earned. And I had to do 3,000 hours with her. Nobody works 8 hours a day in therapy. So divide 3,000 by 4, and you'll know how many years it took me, to complete my 3,000 hours and to pay somebody half of everything I earned. Now, if you're seeing people and you're making $100 an hour, it ain't so bad. But when you're working with deaf people and they're paying you $25, you're getting $12.50. Think about that. So, think of a medical situation. Could be in a hospital, like pre-surgery or post-op, or it could be about medications. It could be, I have a medical training workshops. I have 5 different medical training workshops that are archived. And it starts off with just basic information, and then it gets into body systems. Somebody was telling me they did an in-house interpreting, and they were questioned about body systems, about the digestive system. I thought that was interesting. Specialties, there's two trainings on specialties like neurology, OBGYN. Some of these we know, but some of them we don't, like nephrology, oncology, things like that. All right. Job interviews. One of the videos I'm going to give you is a job interview. I have a friend who is literally a manager at McDonald's, and so he came in and did a video with me. I'm the interpreter, and I have a hearing friend that is playing the part of asking for a job from a deaf manager. And we kind of go, it's a deaf person asking for a job from a hearing manager. It happened. Nowadays, it could be either or. Okay, when you're thinking about financial stuff, banking stuff, you could think about maybe even wills. How much money is going to Bobby and how much money is going to Betty, and who's getting what car and what boat and all of that kind of stuff. Educational situations can be things like parent-teacher conference. There's also things like social services, having children removed from the home. Just anything you could think of that happens in everyday life outside of grocery shopping, okay? We're not talking about just, the basics, how to balance your checkbook. We're not talking about that, but we're talking about situations that you could be called upon. And think about different interpreting situations that you've already been called upon and use those. All right, let's get back to it says a written description of the context of a real world interpreting situation. So you're going to read what it's about. Mr. and Mrs. Smith are in the bank and they're opening an account and they have $50,000 to deposit and they want $10,000 to go in an IRA and they want, okay, a written description of the people involved in the conversation. So you're going to know who's involved and what it's about. Okay, on page 20, 20? Well, that should have been first, huh? We did 21 first. Mine were out of order. I apologize. There may not be that much on page 20, so let me look at it real quickly. That's our timer for our first break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and we're going to come back and be on page 20 of the Candidate Handbook. Okay, we're back live. I hope you guys had a good break. Help you organize your papers and get ready for what's next. I know in the beginning we don't quite know what we're doing and we're not quite organized. And I was talking to George a little bit on the break here about Deaf Heart. And then I came to a point where I really wanted everybody to hear what I had to say about Deaf Heart. So I took a workshop in, I don't know, 60s, 70s by a guy that is a first language ASL. What's a first language ASL? It's a CODA. But for some reason the word CODA is like, don't say that word. That means something bad. That means something good. That means something, I don't know what it means. So there's a lot of stuff going on. It's so much so that CODAs that are interpreters have changed that acronym to IDP, Interpreters with Deaf Parents. They don't even want to be associated with CODAs anymore because we've got CODAs that are going, I'm a CODA. No, my parents don't know sign language. No, they're oral. They read lips, but I'm a CODA. And being a CODA used to mean that you had 2 deaf parents and they spoke ASL. That doesn't mean that anymore. So we've shifted over into IDP, Interpreters with Deaf Parents, and it's even a member section at RID, which I'm a member of. Okay, so my good friend Bob presented a workshop on ethics, and he asked this question. I'll never forget it, and that's been umpteen years ago. You're interpreting for a deaf couple who are in the process of buying a house. And this actually was a true story for him. Most people don't know where Cerritos is here in California, but those of us who do know that it was swampland, that it was where they had lots of dairy cows, and it was very muddy and very mucky and very swampy. And then all of a sudden, they cleared all the cows out and built tract houses. And this is how it went. The couple were going to buy this lovely house in Cerritos in a beautiful tract area with wonderful schools, and it was a really good price. And they were very, very excited. But they wanted to have a private discussion about everything first. So the 2 realtors stepped outside of the house, have a cigarette, and while they were standing out there smoking, the interpreter stood on the porch to have his cigarette and overheard them say, if we can unload this property on this couple here, it'll be perfect. They have no idea the problems with the foundation of these houses. What happened 20 years later, and they got sued too, was the foundations began to break and houses began to be lopsided because they built it on an unsound foundation. So here's your question. You're the interpreter. They're on a break. Do you interpret what you heard? You're on a break. You're not interpreting. You're not even in the same room with the deaf people. Oh, but everything I hear, you're on a break. They are having a private conversation in the same way as if a deaf couple were having a private conversation. Just because you can see it doesn't mean you're supposed to interpret what you see. Are you supposed to tell the deaf people, the realtors, a secret that they're having? Where's the boundary? What do you do? How do you decide what is right to do? Well, I believe that's where your moral conscience comes into play. You have to do the right thing. Because I got to sleep at night. So I got to push the CPC guidelines aside and do what's morally right. Now for this test, you got to do what they tell you to do. Remember, everything that happens on paper is different than everything that happens in real life, isn't it? But I'll never forget that training that I took, because that always stayed in the back of my mind about always doing things that are right. And I've had many, many, many occasions in the courts where a deaf person was being railroaded. They didn't know their legal rights. They didn't know that pleading to a strike meant the next time. They didn't know that giving up their constitutional rights meant they were going to be deported. They didn't know that violate any law means that if you violate a law, you violate probation, you're going to go to jail for 45 days. Then you're going to be arraigned for the crime that you committed, and then you're going to... because interpreters are just not giving enough conceptual information. It's all linear. Okay? If I say you have the right to remain silent, everything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law. What did that mean? If you talk, you heat file, give judge read, look at it. You guilty, you wrong. That's ASL. Okay? So that's what they're looking for on the test. Can you conceptualize information into ASL? From English into ASL? Do you know what the meaning in English is well enough to be able to transform it into an ASL concept? That's the test. Do you have good control, fluency over vocabulary in ASL, so that you're not up here going, I know that word, oh yeah, this is it. Is it this? No, it's not that. I was watching selfie videos the other day of someone who would do something like this. The problem is, what is that? This is problem and this is difficult. Two different words, but she wasn't sure. Another thing I saw her do was this. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And I was like, what is that? Okay? That's not having good command over your vocabulary. Understand that all information comes in and it's held in short-term memory. When you practice it 12 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours for 48 hours, and I'll talk more about that later, it transfers it into long-term memory. I remember everything about it, but it doesn't mean I know how to do it. So I can listen to how to drive a motorcycle. I can be trained on everything it takes to ride a motorcycle. And then I can study my materials on how to ride a motorcycle. You know, the clutch and the gear, and here's the brake, and you know, here's all the controls, and okay? And I can memorize that, but until I sit on that baby, I don't know what I'm doing. And I gotta ride it. First time I ever got on a motorcycle, I ran right into a wall, okay? Because I didn't know how to stop it. He just put me on there and said, okay, you know, let go of this and squeeze that. And I went and I was driving around and around and I was okay. But when I went to stop, I didn't know how to stop. And I'm 5 foot tall, so my legs wouldn't touch the ground. And he was trying to like, you know, no can do. So until you're there with body memory, body memory is driving a car, riding a bike, playing golf, you know, knitting, all of those kinds of things that you do without thinking. You have to be able to do without thinking, in a sense, because you always are contemplating in sign language, but it just needs to flow. It needs to flow. Well, I can't do that. Well, then keep practicing. Okay? There was a book written by Malcolm Gladwell, and it was called The Tipping Point, and in there he talks about 10,000 hours. That when Bill Gates practiced 10,000 hours, he mastered it. That when Michael Jordan practiced 10,000 hours, he had all the game and nobody could beat him. And 5 rings later or 6 rings later, okay? So, does that mean you have to have 10,000 hours of practice to pass the test? No, it means you have to have it to master it. I remember one time thinking, I walked into an assignment and I sat down and the whole thing, and I went, wow, So I was out with some of my CODA friends, and I said, you know, how many years was it before you felt like you could just sit down and do just about anything? There's always something you can't do because you don't, first, sometimes you have to learn it, like microbiology. You know, I don't know, I can't sit down and do that. I don't have the vocabulary, right? But I said, you know, when did you feel like you could just sit down and do just pretty much anything? And they all kind of looked at each other, and see, everybody doesn't want to admit, you know, that they are not as good as somebody else because they're so competitive. And I said, okay, look, after 10 years, I went, man, I got this. I can do it. I'm a CODA. It took me 10 years. Okay? So the more you do it, the more you practice, the better you get. I don't care who you are. And that's the whole point. You're going to take this training. You're going to learn how to improve on your ASL skills. You're going to learn techniques. You're going to practice. You're going to do better. You're going to improve. And at some point, it's going to switch from long-term to body memory. And you're going to be doing your selfie and just going, boom. And that's when you're ready. Okay? All right. Back to page 20, seeing as how we did it out of order. Let me see what we've got here. Preparing for the NIC interview performance exam. Skill statements, additionally suggestion, yeah. Okay, this is a lot of good information that you can read later, but really to me, assess each interpreting situation to determine if qualified for the assignment. This sounds like the Code of Professional Conduct, doesn't it? Okay? So this is information you can read on your own time. If you have questions about it, shoot me an email. If it sounds like something everybody should know, I will send an email response back to everyone. I usually do that. You guys ask really good questions, and so then I copy paste that question, I put my answer, and I send it out in a group. This morning I sent out a group email. Everybody should have gotten that email. When you go home, George, you can click on that and you can go in and you can watch the archive. All right. Now, when I move the archive, you won't be able to access it anymore on live stream, but I'm going to archive it in YouTube in a couple of days, and I will send you the link to it so you'll have access. Also, when it's sent in a link, right below it, it says uploaded date, Dropbox materials. You can click on that and all the materials will be there. In case you misplace any of your materials, it'll be there for you. All right. So I guess that's why we didn't look at 21st. All right. Let's look at page 22. Continuing on from page 21, when it talks about the description of the performance exam. A written description of the conversation that precedes the point in the conversation that the candidate is to begin interpreting, if applicable. And so that was that team one. That's what that's about. And a written indication of when to begin interpreting. Now, what was one of the first things I said? The first thing I said is most people, first time out on this exam, fail the test because they do not follow the directions. And sometimes it's tricky. When I went in to take my SCL, the guy told me that he was having trouble with his camera, and to come and let him know if the camera stopped working. And he said, and the television is kind of quirky too. Oh boy. So I went in and did the warm-up period, and then it started, and then all of a sudden it froze. And I sat there for a minute and I went, okay, we're gonna get past this. And I started counting, 10 seconds. And at 10 seconds, I stood up, and right when I stood up, it started playing. Okay? So, be patient. Wait for indications. Right here it says, a written indicator of when to begin interpreting. Should I interpret that? Should I interpret that? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to? Don't do that. Pay attention. Wait for it to tell you to begin interpreting. The problem statement is the Let me make sure, because the problem statement should be related to the interview part. Candidates are instructed to interpret all spoken communication into ASL. Nope, that's the performance part. So, you interpret all spoken communication into ASL. I'm going to say this over and over and over, not PSE and not English. So if you accidentally put one of these in there, you're in trouble. If you put one of those in there, you're in trouble. If you do a was, you're going to be in trouble. All right? And we don't do any of those past tense things either, right? Like, I can't even think of one right off the top of my head, but they have words in C-sign where they do ly or ing. Or ness or ment, government, business, okay? If you've got some bad habits, my daughter has picked up some horrible bad habits because she's interpreting at post-secondary in the community college, Long Beach City, and they all use that stuff. Why? Because it's an English format. They're reading out of textbooks. It's all in English. And so they're signing to her and she's matching them. But then when she walks away, it's hard for her to be in ASL, even though she grew up. My mom lived with us. She babysat my kids. I was a single mom. And all my kids are fluent. So in ASL. But if you start getting exposed to other stuff, it's going to be really, really hard for you to focus in ASL only, because you're going to be going back and forth, back and forth. I have a video of a young man who grew up C-sign and then PSE and then ASL, and he says, you know, at times he gets confused as what he's doing. That's going to be one of the videos that you guys get to watch. All right. Response: candidates provide their interpretation simultaneously. Underline the word simultaneously. This is not wait. It's wait, I've got the concept, now go. That's how much waiting you do for simultaneous. It's called lag time, right? Cognitive processing. They call it cognitive processing today. Old school people call it lag time. Okay. Test flow and timing. Let's skip to the 5. It says, okay, so it says first you're going to do the interview and then you're going to do the performance. You don't have a choice. There used to be where you could choose which one you wanted to do first. Not anymore. You're going to do the vignettes and then it says followed by 5 interpreting performance problem vignettes. Candidates do not have the ability to select the order. Okay, so we just said that. Know that. The exam will take 1 hour. There are built-in breaks between the vignettes. We're going to take a look at the flow chart in a minute. And it says candidates will not have the ability to change the flow or timing of the test once it starts. So once it starts, you just got to keep going until you get to the end. There's an issue. In the past, you got to decide whether you wanted to stand up or whether you wanted to sit down. Not anymore. You're required to sit. Why? Because every time somebody goes in to take a test, they got to move the camera back and forth. They just have it. And you're standing there and all of a sudden your legs are ready to, you know, turn to jelly and you got to sit down. So you sit down and what happens? You're out of focus. You're out of view. Okay. All right. So page 23. Let's take a look at the test flow and timing. Let's just skip over the vignettes for the interview part and get right down to the introduction to the interpreting performance problems. I'm going to circle that little bullet right there next to it so I can always find it. And then it says, I'm going to have 2 minutes while they're setting everything up and getting everything ready. Then I'm going to see the vignette. And then it says, presentation of interpreting situation and context, 2 minutes. What is that? I'm reading the information. Remember they told me there was going to be written information? That's it. And then candidate interprets conversation. So on this other page where it told me that I was going to have number 1, written description of context in real world interpreting situation. Number 2, written description of people. Number 3, written description of conversation that precedes the point. That's if it's a team. Number 2, written indication of when to begin interpreting. That's what this is talking about. So it's going to give you all of the information about the vignette first for 2 minutes. Then you have 4 minutes of interpreting. That ain't bad. When I first started out, we had 20 minutes. 20-minute vignette. And we had 4 of them. I was NAD. I'm NAD certified. Okay. Then you're going to have 2 minutes downtime. Now, here's the beauty. A lot of people don't know this. Remember I told you I love to study the brain? Why is it that we get a 20-minute break? Why is it after 20 minutes we get a break? Because our accuracy begins to take a nosedive after 20 minutes. For those of us who've been doing it for a lot of years, we can go about 30 minutes. We can stretch it to about 30 minutes. But then our accuracy, because what happens is the brain goes, I'm tired, I'm done, I don't want to think anymore, so I'm just going to take a break. And it's a lack of oxygen to the brain that happens because we start holding our breath, and then the brain is like, starving. So take deep breaths if you're starting to feel tired, for one thing. And the other thing is that after 20 or 30 minutes, you get a 20 or 30 minute break, right? Because you switch with your team. So does that mean that your brain needs 20 minutes to recover? No, it only needs 2 to 3 minutes to recover. So now you've got this built-in 2-minute break that gives the brain, and what you want to be doing during that 2 minutes is what? Breathing. Don't go, no, we're not catching up on our breaths here because you're going to get, dizzy. Okay, but you want to take a deep breath in and go, and blow it out through what I call kissy lips, because it restrains and it will help oxygenate your brain and prepare you for the next vignette. Okay? Instead of going like this, oh God, no, I don't know, I think, you know what, I missed this and I missed that, and I don't know if I said that right, and I don't know if it was a he or a she, and so now you're criticizing everything you did in the last vignette, you're not getting a break, and you're not breathing. And you're still forcing the brain to do processing. So if you start just focusing on taking some deep breaths, you can't even think because you're focused on taking your deep breaths, and then you'll be ready to move on to the next vignette. So that's just a little technique on how to kind of de-stress yourself and get enough oxygen to the brain to do a better job. Okay, then the next vignette, same thing, next vignette, same thing, and all the way through. And then at the bottom it says a total of 60 minutes. Well, if I take 2, 6, 9, 10, 11, 15, 18, 19, 20 minutes off of that 60, I'm doing 40 minutes of performance. All right? So you might want to take make a little line under the 4-minute one and put 40 minutes. Okay? Think about how you feel. I'm going to interpret for 60 minutes. No, I'm doing performance for 40 minutes. I'm going to be doing 20 minutes of the vignettes. And the vignettes have built-in breaks as well. If you look at there, it starts off with 2 minutes of setup time, then 4 minutes to read and prepare your thoughts, and then 3 minutes to perform. That means you have selected all your tenets and illustrated behaviors, and you are signing in ASL the ones that you've chosen. Then you get a 2-minute break. Then another vignette, 4 minutes of preparation. and understanding and 3 minutes of expressing, and then you get a 2-minute break. Then you get another 2-minute break. So you've got 4 minutes. So if you add all of the breaks up, then it's less than 60 minutes. You're there for 60 minutes, so it's still stressful. All right? But now you can kind of look at it and break it into, well, I'm going to do 20 minutes of this and 40 minutes of that. I can do that. Right? All right, let's turn to page 24. We all know about wearing appropriate attire. I can't tell you, every day I see people wearing inappropriate attire. My daughter sent me a picture the other day of an interpreter she was working with that wore a white blouse. Okay, so make sure, and they really prefer, even though it's, this color is royal blue and it's acceptable, they don't really prefer it. They really prefer that you wear a navy blue or a black or a dark brown. Okay. So wear appropriate attire. My nails, if you can see your fingernails over the tips of your fingers, your nails are too long. I was working with a advocate that had these long nails and white tips, and every time she was signing, all I saw was these little white flicker things going by. All right. And I think you know about that, but I have my nails buffed. I don't wear polish. They are manicured and trimmed. Earrings, make sure they're not dangly. These are considered dangly. All right, you want to wear a post, and don't want to wear a diamond. You don't want anything that's going to reflect. All right. Take off your rings, take off your watch. But wait a minute, they said I could wear my ring, and they said I could wear a watch. Yeah, but that's not for testing. Don't put anything on that's going to be a distraction. Don't wear something that has shiny buttons on it. Okay? If the buttons aren't the same color as the material, you don't want to wear, like, you know, a dark material and white buttons. Yeah, but they're pearl. No. Don't wear anything that is what they call obtrusive. Mustaches, they frown on. Hair around the face, they frown on this. If you have it, make it really trim. Take that number 2 blade and have it almost like a 5-hour shadow. Make it where it's not really in the way. Okay? Women, your hair. Some people want to do, you know, something sexy like this. Keep your hair back and out of the way. I would put a rubber band on my hair. As a matter of fact, I did. I don't wear a ponytail. It's unprofessional. But you can pull your hair back. You can put it in a bun. That's what I did. I put mine in a bun. Anything else? Lipstick, be careful. Anything glossy, anything shiny, you don't want to go there. Too much makeup, be careful. Forego things like eyeshadow and lots of, you know, cheeky, rougey stuff. Try to stay neutral, just for the test. You can do whatever you want afterwards, but just for the test, as long as you're not interpreting. It says arrive early. If you are late, you are done. Well, there was an accident, doesn't matter. What I did was I went down the night before, because I took my test in San Diego, and I drove down and I stayed in a hotel, and I treated myself to a nice dinner, and I took my granddaughter and my daughter, and we went out shopping. I wasn't like study the night before. If you have to study really hard the night before, you're not ready. So be good to yourself the day before. Now here's a little trick that a lot of people don't know. All right. In the morning, I normally I drink tea. I don't drink coffee. I drink yerba mate. It's an Argentinian tea, and it's really high in caffeine. Gets me going. All right. If I were to not drink that, I would have a withdrawal reaction from not having it. It could give me a headache. I could feel depressed. All kinds of bad things. Do what you always do. If you normally get up and have a cup of coffee and a bowl of oatmeal and a piece of bacon, do that. Don't get up and have an energy bar and a smoothie. Do you know what happens to people that are not used to drinking smoothies? It wreaks havoc on your digestive system. Okay? You'll be finding yourself needing to run back and forth to the restroom. So don't try to do anything healthy. Do what you always do. Don't drink more coffee. Don't drink less coffee. Don't eat a candy bar if that's not what you do in the morning. Some people, I swear to you, some people get up, they have a Snickers and a Pepsi. If that's what you do, don't change it, because it's going to have an impact on your energy and your brain. The brain is 85% water. The body is 75% water. If you're dehydrated, the brain sucks up all of the water, and then it leaves you feeling lethargic, tired. So, drink water. Try before you get ready to take this test to incorporate more water and less soda and this and that, because it feeds the brain, number one. It feeds the cells of the brain, because the brain needs water. And it feeds the cells of the body. But do this in a transition slowly before you get ready to take your test. There's a formula called, I take my weight and I divide it by 2, and that's how many ounces of water I should be drinking every day to support my brain and the cells of my body. Another thing that happens to the cells of the body is when you don't get enough water, when you are thirsty, you're already dehydrated. It's too late. So just be drinking water. I always keep water around to be drinking. My mouth is feeling dry from talking. When the nuclei of the cell is floating in fluid, and that fluid becomes toxic because you don't drink enough water, you become ill, and it impacts your immune system. I have a PhD in alternative medicine out of the university in Canada. So try to drink more water. All right. There's some instructions here that talk about your ATT letters. I don't want to get into that. Read it, know it. Something tricky that happened to me. I went into my account in RID and I saw my letter there, and I printed it out to take with me. I took a notebook and I had everything that I should have in that notebook with me. Okay, I had my study materials. I had, and what I did was I made a kind of a cheat sheet with just brief information, as a reminder, and my my certification. They ask you to take your driver's license, right? Well, my LTA asked me for my RID membership card. I didn't have it on me. It was in my car, in my wallet. So I had to go out to my car and get it out of my wallet and come back and give it to him. So you want to have your driver's license, and because I was taking the SCL, I was already a member. But if you happen to be an associate, take that RID card along with you. All right. If you're not familiar with how RID works, start playing around with going into the website, go into the certification drop-down menu stuff, go into, even call them. I paid and I can't find my ATT letter here anywhere, how do I find it? Be prepared. Don't wait till, too many people wait until 2 days before the test, and then they're, scurrying all around trying to find everything, and then it's too late, and nobody, you call and that person's out sick, right? And nobody else knows how to, don't do that. Do things about a week in advance and make sure you have everything in place. It says present acceptable personal identification. And then it says you must bring one of these forms of identification with you. Has to have a photograph on it. If you don't have a driver's license, you can have a passport, right? Yeah. Something original, no photocopies, and your name on it. Now, if your legal name is one thing and you go by a nickname and it's not going to be a match, they can tell you no. So make sure that you get everything. Acceptable forms of identification is a government-issued driver's license, state ID card. I have a court badge. It has my picture on it, and it has a seal of the state of California affixed to it. Passport, military ID, permanent visa, or green card. Unacceptable, employee identification, work badge, university, college identification. Okay, so know that. And if you don't have that kind of identification, right now is when you need to start doing something about it, even if it's just get a passport. In California, if you don't drive, they have a California ID that you can purchase. All right. Page 25. Personal items are not allowed in the testing room. Okay? Circle that, number 1. So you can't bring your wallet, you can't bring your keys, you can't bring your cell phone. If you put something in your pocket and it's personal, don't take it out. Leave it in your pocket. You should not bring any of these personal items with you. And here, what does it say? Purses, wallets, watches, jewelry, okay? Cell phones, calculators. If you bring those in, they will fail you. It's an automatic fail. Remember I told you about my friend? She brought in her portfolio of her certifications and her workshop trainings and her legal trainings and all of that. And then she couldn't figure out why she failed. And then I took this out and I showed it to her and said, this is why you failed. An interpreter that interprets over 20 years in the court and doesn't bother to read the guidelines, the instructions, there's like 67% of the people that fail because they don't read the instructions. That's why I'm taking a little bit of time. You must provide acceptable ID. You will be provided with 5 scratches of paper. 5 pieces of scratch paper, 5 scratches. So, what do you do with those? We're going to talk about that in a little bit, all right? You will not be allowed to bring any food or drink into the test room. No food or drink. Now, my guy let me bring water in, but guess what? Did I take a drink of it while I was in there? No. I took a drink just before I sat down. The camera wasn't on, and when the camera turned off, I picked it up and I took a drink of water. I did not pick the bottle up and start drinking it on the camera. But your LTA may tell you no water. They provide a little cubby hole for you to put your stuff. I left everything in the trunk of my car, locked it up, took my keys in, my cell phone, and my identification. And I put it all in a little makeup bag. Put it in the little cubby hole. The test administrator will show you where to sit and blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm going to tell you something. These remotes can be tricky. I don't know about you, but I'm not real good with remotes. My remote at home, I took some white out, you know, in the little bottle brush thingy, and I right on the button to turn it on, okay, and to change the channel, because there are so many buttons on things now. It's complicated. So take a minute when he says, this is the start button, this is the stop button, all right? Pay attention. You're not supposed to have any control over the remote. So I don't know now what, I know the old one you started it, but I don't know now. I think the LTA may start it and you don't do anything at all the way through. George is nodding his head. Did you take this test before, George?
I did.
Okay, so he starts it, you don't touch anything?
He says, is the audio good, is this good, is that good, and then he takes the remote and
He
leaves.
takes the remote. Perfect. So we don't have to worry about the remote at all. Very good. Do you have anything to share about your experience without divulging any of the confidential information?
No, it's pretty much straightforward as we read it. It's exactly how they do it. They're very nice about it. And they keep all your personal possessions, and when you're done, they give it back, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have any trouble with the video part? Did it, you know?
No, it was, and they can actually kind of hear it, so they know when it's ending, and then they come in and tell you you're
Yeah.
done and stuff. The audio was fine. The video wasn't too clear because I feel like they're still using VHS.
That's a problem, and I personally think it's really, really unfair. We're paying a ton of money, and then sometimes people are reporting that it kind of can do this a little bit, or it's a little fuzzy, or it stalls a little bit.
The finger spelling was harder for me.
The finger spelling
Because it
was
wasn't
harder because it
clear.
wasn't clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really not fair. A friend of mine who took the SCL and failed it wrote a letter and complained because it was doing this kind of a jumpy thing. And so she got to take the test over again. But I don't know why they are using that VHS quality. They really should be up to date with the DVDs for the amount of money we're paying. All right, but you know what? Campfire City Hall, we gotta deal with what we gotta deal with. But if you know in advance, guess what happens? Here's how it looks. Oh, I heard about this. Yeah, there it is. I don't know about it. Okay? That's what happens to us when we're blindsided. We get caught off guard and go, what the? And then there we are on the video doing all that what they call extraneous stuff, right? And you get marked off for it. So as long as you know what to expect going in, you'll have better control over your emotions when something, goes off, on a detour, and it's like, uh-oh, I heard about this. Somebody, during the thing, they said this could happen. What if they did it on purpose? Just to see what your reaction was? Who knows? I wasn't part of the test designing. I don't know. Maybe they intentionally do stuff just to catch you off guard to see how you would respond. I have a comment here. I do have a question related to the CPC. When is a good time to email it to be specific? Yeah, just email me any questions about the CPC. That's more of the interview portion, so I won't be discussing. I may bring up points that are related to the CPC, the tenant and illustrative behaviors, but we won't specifically be working on that because that belongs to the other session that we just finished talking. But Michelle, you can email me a question about it, and I'll do the best I can to answer it. Okay. It says number 6, the test admin. Number 5, he says he's going to tell you where to sit, and he's going to adjust So sit in your most comfortable position. Here's what you don't want to do. Now you sit down and you're sitting up real straight and tall, and he adjusts the camera. Then he walks away, and then you relax. Sit down the way you're going to be interpreting. Relax. Get in that position that feels the best. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? This is a little thing that shows whether or not you're completely in the camera. Right now, I'm not completely in the camera because you can't see my fingers down here. So that's kind of the, if I did this, maybe you could, all right, that shows you whether or not you're fully in the camera. And that's something you can do with the LTA before he starts rolling, the test, all right? Okay, the administrator will play a short video clip to verify that the sound and all of that is acceptable, and you're going to say, yeah, I can hear it just fine. You must complete the RID. There's an agreement form. What is that? It's the non-disclosure form. Just like I had you sign. They have you sign the same thing. We cannot talk about anything that is not discussed in this candidate handbook. So if I were to say to you something like this, and I'm going to make this up, and God, I hope it has nothing to do with nothing. For example, if you were interpreting in a situation where there was an automobile accident and a police officer came up and it was actually about an actual vignette, okay, that's unethical. You can't share information with each other. Now, I know this to be true. I'm not going to support it. I'm not the NIC test police, but I've heard two people who've already taken the test share information with each other. And they started talking a little bit about it, and they found out that they'd both taken the same test. There's 4 tests, A, B, C, D. You take A first. If you fail, you take B. If you fail, you take D, A, B, C, and then you take D. And if you fail again, you come back to A. So it's going to be 2 years before you get to review the same test. So even when people are talking about their test, they're not going to take the same test, and they don't know what the second test is. So they're kind of debriefing some of their frustrations. Again, I'm not saying I support it because they signed the agreement that says they can't. But I've had conversations about how, you know, if you take a driver's license test, they tell you everything what to expect. When you're done, they give you a sheet of paper and says this is what you failed, so you know exactly what to practice. And RID doesn't do that for us. And so I'm always on that campaign trail of we need more feedback, we need more information. And they say that they're protecting their testing, yet EIPA gives you copious amounts of feedback without divulging anything about the test. It's just strictly on your performance, and we really need more of that. Okay, I'm going to do the best I can when you send me your selfie vignettes to give you as much feedback as I can to help you fine-tune and improve. If you have certain kinds of behaviors and you don't, I pointed out a behavior to somebody and they said, no, I don't. What do you do with that? And she would sign and do this. And I'd say, you know, you have this habit of, and she says, no, I don't. So I told her to send me a selfie, and then she said, oops. So that's the beauty of the selfies, is to see some of your bad habits, because you're interpreting along and you don't even know that you're doing this stuff. You know, you have this. Why is that happening? Okay, the nervous system. The nerves, at the very end of a nerve, there's a thing called a dendrite. And the dendrites, under pressure, get fuzzy. And when they get fuzzy, they make us itch. Do you ever know when you get pissed off and you go and do something like that? Because your nerve endings, your dendrites, are frazzling. And when they frazzle, they make us itch. And we have certain people have certain spots that they always itch when they get pissed off, because that dendrite is used to frazzling and doing that. So what you have to do is you have to watch your selfies and make sure you're not doing that. I had a person one time that had a tic, and it went like this. I don't know, have you ever seen sports guys do that all the time? It's a bad habit. And he pulled on his, and he was OCD, and he kept pulling on his shirt. And I said, you gotta stop pulling on your shirt. And he says, but I get anxious. And I said, here's what you wanna do. Take one hand and pull on your pant leg. Now, what happens when I'm signing and I kind of relax and I go down here? Do you see anything going on down here? No. But up here? So watch your selfies and make sure to watch specifically. I was watching a selfie the other day and the girl was just doing a beautiful job, but she kept doing this. Okay, so she had something going on with her nose and she kept going like that. And so I just said to her, watch your selfies, all of them, and watch for any kind of facial stuff that you might do. And then she sent me an email that said thank you, because she caught it. When you point it out sometimes, and we all have them. I'm like, I watch other presenters doing what I do, because I thought, gosh, I want to do this thing, I want to. you itch. Why? I don't know why you itch. I'm wearing this elastic thing that keeps itching my arms. But for this test, just tell yourself, I know it itches, but it's going to go away. Don't scratch that itch. All right, we're going to go ahead and take our long break. We'll be back in 30 minutes and pick up where we left off. The break is over, and you know, I always kind of think about what we're doing and think about what I would be thinking if I were you. And I can just, you know, maybe there might be one or two of you going, what are we doing? When are we going to do the performance part? I need the stuff about the signing. I don't need this stuff. I don't teach to one person, I teach to the group. And because the majority of people who fail this test fail because they don't follow the instructions, we are going over and just hitting the points that you really need to know. Okay? So we're on page 25, and number 4, you will not be allowed to bring any food or drink. We've covered the rest. Down to 8, the test administrator will start the exam. My friend George here says that the test administrator does the remote, goes away. They can tell about the amount of time it's going to be over. They come back right at the end, and they turn it off. All right, let's go to page 26. You must remain seated during the entire exam. Remember when I told you I thought it was not working, and then I stood up and then I sat back down? Yeah, that probably really did me in. I had to retake it. I failed it the first time. You know what? A lot of us fail it the first time because we don't really know what to expect. And as much as somebody can tell you what to expect and tell you they're sitting in the seat, it's not the same. So we're going to do the best we can to help you out, but for those of us who are visual learners, we have to learn to force ourselves to read the directions. We are bored to tears with reading the directions. For those of us who are kinesthetic learners, we're bored to death with reading the instructions. It's only the audio learners that do well. I believe if they took a test to see all of the people that passed, it would be the audio learners that passed the test more frequently than us visual or hands-on people. Because that test is not geared for us, it's geared for the audio. I'm going to give you an example. When I was learning math in school, I didn't get it. I couldn't follow along. It was really, really awful. And as an adult, I understood that because it wasn't visual, it was hard for me to learn. And people said, wait a minute, 46 plus 24, that's visual. And I said, no, it needed to be 46 apples and 24 oranges. That's visual. So just because I see the written word, it doesn't mean I understand it. I was in college struggling with reading textbooks, and I took this really great reading course. I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was comprehensive reading. And they had these stories in this little box, and you pushed it along and you read the story. But what they did was they had pictures and then the story. And so they had a picture of what was happening and then the story. And then they would ask you questions. Did the author mean this? Did the author want this? Was the author trying to say this? Was the author trying to get this out of you? And I would fail it over and over and over until at some point I got the right answers, because by rote, by seeing it over and over and over again, I finally got it. I finally made the connection between the picture and what the answer was. And then once I got the confidence that I could do that, then I was able to do it with stuff that I wasn't familiar with. It just happens. So I'm here to say that you have to practice, practice, practice until it makes sense. And do whatever you can, visually or touchy-feely, hands-on, as well as the audio stuff. Okay. It says the exam will take approximately 1 hour. Now, what about the warm-up time? Do you know, George, how much warm-up time? There's no warm-up time?
There is no warm-up.
Okay. There used to be warm-up time, so now they're saying there's no warm-up time. Now, when I took the SEL, there was an hour and 15 minutes warm-up time. And they would play something. I have to be careful not to divulge anything. They would play something, and then they'd say, watch it this many times. It was a lot of times. More than 2, more than 3, okay. Watch it this many times. So I watched this, let's call it the Miranda, this many times. Then I went on and I watched this many times. It took up the hour and 15 minutes. Guess what happened after the hour and 15 minutes? I was exhausted. It was hot. It was on the second floor. Behind the TV were blinds, and some of the sun rays were coming through. So the lighting was poor. All kinds of things were happening. When I decided to take my test again, I went somewhere else because that was not a good situation for me. Ask your friends where they've taken tests at. Some people will give you good feedback. Some people will not give you good feedback. I hear Salt Lake City is fantastic. They have a 70mm screen in an air-conditioned room. Yeah, you know, drive over, fly over, spend the night in a hotel, wake up fresh. Because the environment has a lot to do with how well you do on a test. I was coming down with a cold. It was hot and stuffy in the room. Hour and 15 minutes of warm up, and I did exactly what they told me to do. The next time, guess what I did? I watched each one time. It took 15 minutes, and then I said, okay, I'm ready. Well, you've got 45 minutes left. I'm ready. You don't have to do the full amount of time. Now, you're not going to have a warm-up, so what are you going to do? Before you go in to take your test, you're going to take your iPad or your laptop or your, I've got a 6 Plus now. You know, the screen is really, really big. Your Android, whatever it is. And you're going to have ready in there a receptive and an expressive. And that you'll do that before you walk in there so that you're warmed up. Because I can be off on Friday and go back on Monday and I'll be doing an arraignment. I've done how many arraignments? I've done thousands of arraignments. And for some reason it's kind of like, I'm not quite in the groove. Boom, now I'm there. So no matter how many years you've been interpreting, when you start something, you got to kind of get into the rhythm, get into the groove. So do that just before you go in, not as practice, as warm up. Okay? Right here, there are no warm-ups. Okay, do not leave the room until the exam is complete. Well, what happens if the TV shuts off or the camera falls over or the tape goes, what do? Here's what I do. The video, I'm going to get LTA. I would tell them what I'm doing. If you get up and walk away, the rater doesn't know what or why you're doing that, and it'll go bad for you. At least this way, you can file for a grievance and ask to take the test over for free. All right, this is more instructions. Read this on your own time. This is talking about your vignette indicator card. Read this. Know what they're talking about. I don't want to spend classroom, teaching you about that. This is stuff you can read. It tells you when, where, and how to produce this vignette card. What this is it's a protection for you to not be discriminated against subjectively, because somebody knows somebody that knows you. I've heard that name before. She said bad things about you. Now it's in the back of their head. So with the indicator card, it's nameless, and it's just a number that's attached to your name somewhere that the rater does not have access to. So that's the beauty of that. Listen, if the rater opens a vignette and recognizes the exam candidate, the rater will close the vignette without assigning a score. What was I just saying? If they know you, it is unethical for them to test you because they are biased either way. One of the things that's hard for people to understand about the word bias. Bias or bias. Bias means for or against. So they can be in your favor or they can be against you. And ethically, they cannot test you, which is really pretty good. All right, reporting problems, you can read through that. Let's turn to page 27. Grounds for dismissal, you can read that if you want to. I try to avoid reading anything negative. If something bad happens, you can come back and read this later, but I wouldn't put any negative thoughts into my head before I go in and take the test. The scoring, if you want to know how the scoring works, go to the very bottom sentence of that paragraph that heading in NIC interview and performance scoring. There are 7 vignettes, and each vignette may be scored by as many as 3 different raters to ensure accuracy to prevent bias for or against. Okay? So what happens is they've got 7 tapes of you, and they send them out. And my understanding is if they get a vignette and they have 2 up, you're passed. If they have 2 down, you're failed. If they have 1 up and 1 down, they send it to a third person, and whatever they do matches. So if they give a thumbs up, you passed. If they give a thumbs down, it matches the other rater, and you failed. That's my understanding of how it works. The rubric. The rubric is the way they determine how they score you. And they don't give you a whole lot of information. For those of you who took the interview portion with me, I showed you how to evaluate the rubric for the interview part based on quantitative and qualitative information. And what that means is we put numbers, we put a number value to certain words to help us understand what they mean when they say, we want this from you. Is that 3? Is that 4? Is that 5? In the rubric for the performance, they don't give you any information at all that helps you to understand how they're scoring. Let's turn to the page, next page 28, and you'll look at this rubric. Pass, borderline fail, fail. So pass and borderline pass is pass, because the word pass means pass. And borderline fail means fail. You almost passed, but you didn't. Okay. I don't like this system because pass or fail does not tell us as an agency, as a deaf community, what your level is. Here in California, CAD is trying to revive their testing, and they want the 3 levels, and they want 3 levels of the expressive and 3 levels of the receptive, so that when you get somebody and they have a card and it says they are a number 2 in receptive and they are a number 4 in expressive, you know exactly what you're dealing with. Now, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. It's a good idea. They're having a lot of complaints about interpreters not understanding them or not interpreting correctly, and they're also complaining about CDIs. The CDI, Certified Deaf Interpreter, if they're smart enough to pass the written test, they're more English word oriented and they're less ASL. And the whole idea of a CDI is for you to break it down into a language that's most readily understood by the deaf consumer. And if ASL is his 3rd language, because he comes from another country, how good are you? I can do it. I can do it. My dad was not the greatest signer in the world, didn't have much education, was born in Canada, did not go to school, and learned sign language when he married my mom. And so a lot of times I had to gesture with my dad. So we'll talk more about that in the 7 ASL expansion techniques, because you're not really supposed to gesture in this test. So I'm not saying that, I'm just saying what's going on in the deaf community. Okay. Let's take a look at page 27. Grounds for dismissal. And then the next one says exam scoring, and the next one says rubric. Wait a minute, what happened?
You went back. 27, we're on 28.
I've got 27 twice. All right, now we're on 29. I hope you guys didn't get twice 27, just throw it out. Because I scanned it from these and put it into the materials. All right, so time frame for receiving score report. They endeavor, but don't. Took me a year to get my results on my SEL. 1 year. To find out I failed and had to take it all over again. And then what happened was I was close to the 5 years my written was going to terminate, and I had to hurry, rush, and go take the test again because I was going to have to start all over with the written if I didn't. Yeah. So stay on top of it. If you don't get your test results back in 3 months, call them. What's going on with my test results? I'm still waiting. My job is on the line. I don't care if your job's on the line or not. My job's on the line here. You're paid good money. You should be getting your test results in a timely manner and when promised. I heard that the NIC is better than it was before.
It took me 4 weeks to get mine.
4 weeks.
And it was over the holidays, like New Year and stuff, and they still did it.
Fantastic. That's good news, 4 weeks. So if you don't get yours back in 4 weeks, get on the phone and find out what's going. What I found out was they misplaced my test. And then they found it. And my friend Carol and I both went, she went on Saturday and I went on Sunday. And they misplaced both of our tests for a year. And if we hadn't called them, she called them, I didn't. They probably never would have given, they probably, it was stuck somewhere, in a pile somewhere. And so, try to follow up after a month and see what happens. They don't give you an exact explanation here. We endeavor. But it doesn't say 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. It doesn't, I'm not reading where it says that unless you guys are. Reports, pass, no, or fail. Retakes, you can read that on your own time. Remember that 5-year limitation with your written exam. Appeals, you can read the appeals. I had to appeal one time because the test was unethical. Remember what it said when the rater recognizes you? I went in to be tested. It was NAD, and I was in NAD level 5, and one of the panelists was on a basketball team, on an opposing team to my husband, who played on a deaf team. And they had on the court. They had gotten to a big fight on the court over a call that was made, and he was sitting on my. And guess what? I came out of there with an NAD 4, from a 5 to a 4. Now your skills get better, not worse. And so I had to file a grievance. Yeah. And he should have recused himself. And I said, him and my husband are they don't like each other. He should not be evaluating me. And the head of the person said, Def can be neutral. Yeah, right. Okay, we got through that. Let's get started with our I forgot to start the timer. Let's go to the conceptualization and cognitive processing. PowerPoint. All right, and we're going to whiz through these. Now remember, number one, I'm talking to you like you went through an ITP and that you already know about this. Number two, I'm not here to teach this this is a 5-hour workshop for people who are learning about it. I'm not here to teach a 5-hour workshop. I want to get through this like in an hour, right? Okay. So it says here, to transform English, which is an audible language, into sign language, a manual visual language, we must be able to conceptualize. So here's how we conceptualize. You're going to listen for the information in English, and then you're going to understand the meaning of what's being said, and then you're going to start doing the process. Here's where we go wrong. We hear the information and we go, give me a second, let me think of something to talk about. Something I know about. All right, how about training dogs? All right, I'm a dog lover, I have 3 dogs. 2 pit bulls and a boxer. All right, so when learning how to, all right, no, when learning how to walk your dog on a leash, all right, there was a lag time. I waited until I knew what the speaker was talking about. Once she said walking the dog on a leash, I knew the full concept of what that message was about. So I have to wait. That's what the lag time is. You don't create lag time. Lag time is a byproduct of conceptualizing, of waiting and listening and understanding and going, okay, in ASL I would say it like this. But wait a minute, the message is still coming. That's the job of the interpreter. That's what we do. And until you can do it like that, you need to keep practicing. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of practice. Nobody got on a bicycle and rode off into the sunset. Everybody got on a bicycle and fell down. And they looked around them and went, everybody else is riding a bike, I know I can do this. And they got back on and they fell down. And they got back down and they fell down. Okay? And at some point, you got your balance and you rode off into the sunset. That's what it's like to be an interpreter. You gotta keep working at it. You gotta keep learning. You gotta keep interpreting. You don't practice on the job though, right? You practice on your own time with videos. YouTube's full of them. And then what you've practiced and you've incorporated into body language is what you use when you're working. Some people want to practice at work. That's not the place to do it. Okay, you need to have clear boundaries about that. All right, so when you, number 2, contemplate the meaning of English ideas compared to predictive skill set. What does that mean? All right, let's take the story of Cinderella. What do I know about Cinderella? Right? Well, her dad married the ugly stepmother and the dad died, and then she was treated like a slave, and there were these 2 really mean, ugly stepsisters along with the really mean, ugly stepmother, and then there was the prince, and then there was the shoe and the pumpkin and the... So what do I know about the story? It starts flooding into my thinking, and I start thinking about that vocabulary choices, and I start thinking about the flow of the story. I start predicting where it's going. That's why it's so hard to interpret for things you absolutely know nothing about. All right. Number 3, cognitively processing using your learning style strengths, visual, audible, and kinesthetic. Okay, so you're processing information. You're looking for word matches. You're looking for vocabulary matches. Let me clarify something. People keep getting confused with this. Because we are English spoken people, we want to take signs and say the sign means this word. It does not. The sign means this object. And I can find a word that's similar to that object. Okay? So if I want to talk about a camera, then camera. Okay? This is not camera. This is the object. Does that make sense to you? People get confused and they start throwing all kinds of signs in there and saying it's this vocabulary. And I'll give you an example. People interchange that. Okay? Wrong, mistake. Here's another one. Not me. No, not and don't. But people start, moving them all around and using them incorrectly. All right? So be sure to be clear. Another one, this one and this one. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. Okay, that was really hard. Well, for deaf people, something that's really hard is like a rock, like marble, something. Now, have they transitioned over into more English thinking? Yeah, they have, you know, because of the years and years of using signs incorrectly. But really, this is about a surface, about an object that is very, very hard, and this is something that is difficult. And so now, they both mean the same thing. So when you have a problem, this is a problem. Be clear. Don't get your signs confused. If you're not sure, send me an email. I'm more than happy to help you out. All right, number 4, when the meaning is understood, then do number 5, conceptualize meaning into sign language using classifiers, facial expressions, mouth morphemes, non-manual markers, and expansions. So we're busy about listening to the message, and this is what we look like. Instead of looking at our consumer and interpreting to that person, watching for the back channeling, for the facial expression and the body language. Is he getting me? He's not. Oh, he doesn't get me. Okay, I'm going to do an expansion now. I'm going to, based on what I'm seeing, I'm going to do an expansion because I can see. But we're busy, you know, listening to the message and trying to keep up, and then everything starts coming out English. Instead of waiting for the concept, delivering the concept. Waiting for the concept, deliver the concept. Wait for the concept. That's what true ASL interpreting is all about. It's not linear. It's visual. Okay, the next slide says slide number 4 at the top. Directions, transform English thoughts and ideas into ASL concepts. So first I have to understand what it means in English. All right? Do I know what a dog is? Yes. Do I know what a pit bull is? Yes. Do I know how much the average pit bull weighs? Yes. Do I know the average size of it? You see what I'm saying? That's the predictive stuff about what you know about a certain topic. If you know anything about pit bulls, oh well. You know what I'm saying? That's not the job for you. Can you figure it out? Probably, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to live, you know, in the forest and not be familiar with certain types of dogs because they're always in the public eye. You know, boxers, Rottweilers, Doberman Pinschers, all of them. So, and I'm just using dog, you know, any topic. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be about dogs. It can be about golf. I don't know that much about golf. We can talk about basketball. I know basketball. All right, so now, ABC, time, topic, talk. That's the way I put it together. You guys have probably heard it as subject to object. Time goes first. Yesterday, today, in the future. The topic, what am I talking about? And the comment, the objective. When it's set up as the objective, it's set up like the goal, right? So when I start off in my discourse mapping, okay, so this is around the time frame we're talking about, long, long ago. And what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Cinderella. All right, and then my predictive stuff starts, you know, bringing information forward. And where we get, what's the goal? The goal is happily ever after, isn't it? That's the end of the story. So that's a really simplistic way of describing this. However, if we don't do it easy, then it's harder to do it more complex. All right, let's look at slide 5. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at a short story. 3 girls wanted to go for a walk on the beach. One of the girls' mother said, no, 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 it might rain. But the sun was shining so brightly, and it was such a beautiful day, so the girls headed off walking to the beach. Suddenly, tiny droplets of water began to fall from the sky, and the girls had to run quickly under a tree for shelter. Why? So they would not have to go home soaking wet and have the girl's mother say, why didn't you listen? See, I told you it was going to rain. So now we're going to put this into ASL. Turn to the next slide. So, how do we put, the girls wanted to walk on the beach in ASL. First, we're going to look for the time. There's no time element. If the word today was in there, we'd say today first, wouldn't we? But it's not in there. So what's the topic now? Remember, there's a relationship between the topic and the verb. So the topic is girls. Some people might say, well, beach. Beach was, no, that's the goal, right? The beach is the objective, where they want to go. So the girls, so here's what we're going to do. We're just going to take our pen and we're going to cross out the word the, because we don't use the in ASL. We're going to cross out the word to. We don't use to in ASL. Wait a minute, they use to all of the time. Not really. Now, I will always, always, always tell you that when you go on an assignment and you meet with a deaf person that you've never worked with before, and you sit down and do a chit chat with them, it's called a warm up getting to know you icebreaker, and it's real simple. Hello, my name is Juti, and then they'll give you your name, even though you have it. You don't say, oh, I know. You just, you know, be cordial, and then you say, your first time here, or before you came here? Maybe it's a doctor's appointment. And you say, oh, first time. Oh. You live around here? Now, to you, that's personal. To them, it's not. They don't care about stuff like that. And I've got a whole explanation for another day about how deaf culture is what we call rude and blunt. Okay, we're wrong. They are not rude and blunt. And I'll tell you the history of why, but not right now. So, I chit-chat with him a little bit, and he says, oh, you know, yeah, and, you know, I live in Anaheim, and I go, oh, yeah, me too. Now, I don't give him the cross streets of where I live. Anaheim's a big city. It's got, you know, 500,000 people in it. So, so you, and then I say, you grew up mainstream or institution? Why would I ask that question? Because I want to know his core deafness. If he says mainstream, he's more English. And if he says institute, he's more ASL. Now, I can glean a little bit, but I'm short on time. And what if the nurse comes and says, okay, and now you're moving into the next waiting room. You don't have enough time. So you really need to get to the important stuff first. Oh, you grew up mainstream. That your mom, dad signed too? No, never learned. What does that tell you? Okay, so you're gathering information. And this is not considered to be rude. It really isn't. But you want to gather as much information that will help you to know. And one of the reasons you're asking questions is because you want to see the answers. What kind of vocabulary choices does he make? Okay. Oh, my mother, father never learned signing that. Yeah, they lazy. All right, so if they said, mother, father signed, no. That's ASL. The first way was more English, wasn't it? It was still kind of, you know, ASL-ish, but it had a lot of words that were more English word structure. Okay, Cami is talking about a top-notch testing Deaf Action Center. I actually take my workshops from them to get my CEUs. I don't get CEUs, I don't get professional study CEUs for teaching workshops. So I have to go somewhere else, and they're the ones I go to. They got a couple of really nice deaf presenters that do legal stuff I really like. All right, so walk, that's a verb, we're gonna leave that there. On, we don't use on, folks. I can't tell you enough. On is not a word that deaf people use unless there's something on something. I was interpreting with a guy, and he got really, really frustrated, and he wrote on his little board, and this was video relay, and he wrote on his little board, idiot. I didn't know who he was talking about. I didn't know if he was talking about the deaf consumer or he was talking about the T-Mobile technician. And so he was signing, and the technician, and I put the headset up, and the technician was saying, all you have to do is turn the Sidekick on. And the interpreter was saying, all you have to do is turn your Sidekick on. And the deaf guy was going, on? No, I have. And the interpreter wouldn't change it. He repeated it 6 times, and I wrote on the board, switch. And I switched out, and I said, your Sidekick, you know, you turn on there. And he goes, okay, and he does it. So it was not conceptual. He didn't understand, because when you say on, they think it's on something. The wallet is on the table. The TV is on the stand. The phone is on the desk. All right? So be careful about stuff like that. All right. Get rid of the word beach. Now, the reason we're crossing out on here is because they're not walking on the beach. They would be walking on sand. But there's no such thing as walking on the beach. All right, and I'll show you how when it gets into ASL grammatical order. So now we're going to go back and underline the word girls and put a T for topic. Wanted is a verb. Walk is a verb. And beach is a noun, and it's the object. So it's noun object. All right? So then you start off by saying, girls want what? Go beach walk. The verb needs to come after the noun. If you say, girls want what? Walk on beach, you're in English word order. If you follow the directions of time, topic, talk, so girls want what? And you can say go in place of to, go walk beach, or go beach for walk. Either way. All right. Then the next sentence says, one of the girls' mother said, no, 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 it might rain. Of the, I would get rid of said, and I would probably write in, make a little squiggly arrow in there that says warned. Think of how deaf people talk. I'm going to be honest with you, the more time you spend with deaf people, the more you're going to understand how they talk. One of the reasons why CODAs understand deaf people is because they grow up around deaf people constantly, and they understand how they talk. And the only thing missing for you is that amount of time. So if you put that amount of time into the equation, then you'll be able to pick up on the culture, the language, the vocabulary, the way of thinking. All right? So one of the girls' mother said, okay, so I probably wouldn't say one girl. I would probably say girl mother, because it doesn't really matter one of. So girl mom, warn, no, 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 rain maybe. If you say maybe rain, you're in English word order. Okay, so I've crossed out one. So then I've underlined girls for the topic. And it's really girl's mother. You could underline girl's mother as one line and put topic there. And I added warn instead of said, because it's a warning, isn't it? And that's how deaf people talk. They don't say the girl's mother said. They say, girl's mom, warn, 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 no, 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 rain, maybe. All right. Then on the next page it says, but the sun was shining brightly, so we're going to get rid of but, the. Now, here's the thing. Right off the top of my head, I'm thinking, I'm not going to sign but, I'm not going to sign the, I'm not going to sign was. Can I go back and add but back in if I need to? Sure I can. Shining, so, get rid of so, and, get rid of and. The only time you use and in ASL is when you're adding something. So, brightly and it, I'm adding it. I'm adding it was such. There's no adding there. I need fish, salad, oh, and dressing. Okay, and is used for adding information. And in English, we go and is kind of filler. And is a filler language that we just use to buy time to think about what we want to say next. So we don't use the word and in there unless we're adding information to something else. So get rid of it, was, such, a, and leave beautiful day. Remember, we can put things back and we can take things out as we go along. We just got to make sure that we're on the right track for moving it around into time, topic, talk. Okay. I would say day first because that's like time, right? Day is like today. So above but, I'm going to put day. And then I could also put beautiful after day to describe day. It's an adjective. Now it makes sense. Now watch what happens. If I start off saying, sun is shining brightly, beautiful day, it loses its emphasis. If I say, day, beautiful, the sun is shining brightly, okay? See the difference? Now, when it's shining brightly, you need to have a facial expression. What would you be doing if the sun were shining brightly in your face? You'd be squinting. And that's what you want to do. You want to say the sun, and when it's shining, you kind of squint your eyes a little bit as the rays come down at your face. They're looking for those facial expressions that match. All right, so the girls headed off walking on the beach. Get rid of so, the, headed. Headed? Headed off? What if you signed that? Girls headed off. What does it look like? Girls headed off. It looks like the girl's head is off, doesn't it? Whoop. All right. So we're not going to use the word headed. We might replace that, but we're going to get rid of off, to, maybe go. I'm not sure. On. Get rid of the. So now we have girls walking beach. Girls go walking beach. Headed. I would use, because if I'm thinking about how a deaf person would say it, the word that comes into my mind is go ahead. Girls think go ahead, right? So headed off, girls think go ahead. Girls think go ahead, walk beach. So we don't need the word go. And maybe headed is think and go is go ahead. Did that make sense? Girls think, go ahead, walk beach. Now, if you want to put the verb after the beach, you have to put 4-4 in there, okay? So, girls think, go ahead, beach, 4-4, walk. Okay. The next slide. Suddenly, tiny droplets of water began to fall from the sky. What's suddenly? It's time. So it has to stay there. I write time above it. Tiny droplets of water. So watch what it looks like in English. Suddenly, or you can say suddenly and use a facial expression to show. Suddenly, tiny droplets water began to fall from the sky. Okay, see how ridiculous that looks? In ASL, it would be more like this. Happen. See how much more visual and how much more you can from that see tiny droplets, because I told you first it was rain, and I didn't go suddenly rain and then go tiny droplets. It has to be a match. There has to be a noun-verb match. So rain is the noun, and then you're going to match it with the appropriate verb of going boop, 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 boop. Do I have to say where it came from? Isn't it implied that it's coming from the sky? It's not coming from a faucet. Rain doesn't come from a faucet. So once I say rain and then I show what kind of rain it is, I don't have to tell anybody the rest. So you just mark all of that out. So suddenly, and then rain, and then you can do underline tiny droplets and sign it. Don't need to say up, don't need to say water, don't need to say began to fall from the sky. Now, I want you to take a look at this sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 words that have been reduced down into 3. That is where you buy time. When you can conceptualize a sentence like this into ASL, the lag time is what gives you time, because you can be done with that and be listening to the rest of the message coming down the line, because you've got all the freedom you need. It's when you go word for word that you get lost, because the brain wants to take a break. When you're doing word for word for word for word for word for word and you keep doing that, the brain goes time out, and you go, what did she just say? And you get lost. And everybody does. It's a process that you have to learn when you're learning to be an interpreter. That if you don't conceptualize stuff and you're just doing everything in PSE word order, you always get lost. Especially when the message is complex. When the message gets really complex, you get really lost. And so then now you kind of just, okay, and then you wait until you get the next concept, and then you jump back in again. Because that's what a good interpreter does. But not on a test. All right. And the, so we're not adding anything, so get rid of and, get rid of the. Girls had to run. Had to, get rid of had to. Run quickly. Run quickly would be a verb type of sign, right? It would be shown instead of signed. Under a tree, and that's a classifier. If you're going to run under a tree, you're going to classify that. CL, for shelter from the rain. So get rid of for shelter from the rain. Why else would you be running under a tree when trying to walk droplets of water are falling from the sky? It's already there. It's already been said. Don't be redundant. So here we go. And remember, it's you're signing from where you left off. So you're going to be going rain, drop, 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 drop. Girls, run, and it's the run quickly. They didn't just walk along. They weren't running. Ran quickly. Tree. And they're here. All right? The classifier comes in. Now, they're not going to do this. That's not what people do. They get under the tree and they hunch over and they try to run for cover. See, so you can do this as opposed to going, and they ran under the tree. It looks like a V. I don't know. It looks like I'm trying to say, vote for the tree. I don't know. All right. So I'm being facetious just to make a point. So if they're running and they're running and they arrive and then they're under the tree. Can you see the difference that I'm showing you between the ASL and the English word order? Is it making sense, I hope? All right, let's turn to page 9 is at the top where it says why. So they would not have to go home soaking wet. So we want to leave why in there. We're not sure. We may take it out. But so, instead of saying they, I would say girls. It's much better whenever the word it is there, it's better to describe what it is. Whenever the word they is there, you want to say women, men, children, whoever they are, would not have to go home soaking wet. Would not have to, get rid of all those words. And then go home soaking wet. Soaking wet is another one of those verb noun agreements where you're going to show it like rain. Okay? Soaking wet. Soaking is a verb that you can show the intensity with. Okay? So now they're under the tree, and then we go, why? Why what? Why are they under the tree? Why? Girls go home soaking wet. So instead of this is more of an expansion. Instead of saying so they would not have to go home soaking wet, it's rhetorical. Why are they under the tree? They want to go home soaking wet after the mom said, okay? So all of that's implied. One thing about deaf people is this: a lot of stuff is implied. I can remember when I was married to a deaf person, and I'm not married to that deaf person anymore. But when I was married to that deaf person, he would tell me something in the morning, and then when I came home in the afternoon, he'd talk about it again, and I wouldn't go, "What are you talking about?" In the hearing world, you try that, and they're going, "What are you talking about?" Okay, that's what happens among codas. That's why it's when a bunch of codas get together, it's just a laugh, because we understand each other so well because of the implications of stuff that we're familiar with. So, you know, if my husband said, "Go to the cleaner," did you go to the cleaners and pick up my shirts? In the morning, he'd say, "Go to the cleaners and pick up my shirts." And I get home, he'd say, "Did you go?" Well, most people would say, "Go where?" But I remember the last thing he said to me, and I say, "Oh, I forgot," or "Yeah, they're in my car," or whatever my response is. So a lot of times when deaf people are signing to you, there's stuff that they know about that's just kind of common to them in the deaf culture, and so they talk about it like it's common to you, and then you don't know what they're talking about. Okay. The next sentence says, and have the girl's mother say, "Why didn't you listen?" Get rid of and, get rid of have, get rid of the. Leave girl's mother. I would underline it like it was one word. I would get rid of why didn't you listen, because see, I told you it was going to rain covers that. It's redundant. You don't have to put that in there. And then it would look like, see, get rid of I. See, told you. Told you is one word, isn't it? I don't go told you. That's redundant. I told you. It's a directional sign. It's a directional verb directing towards you. So told you, you can underline it like it's one word. Get rid of it. Get rid of was. I would get rid of going to rain, and I would put probably will after rain. All right. So then it goes like this. So we pick it up from soaking wet. I would put why in there. Just write it above and. So, soaking wet, and then put why girl's mother warned. And you don't go see, you go see. This is to look at something. All right, this see it and look at it. That's another one of those misunderstood. Look, 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 look. See? See? All right. So we don't need see in there. I warned you. Warned. And you don't even need told you if you put warn in there. I warn you, rain will. And there it is. So see how you condense a lot of information. You condense words. You eliminate words, but the message is still there, isn't it? That's what the Code of Ethics is talking about. Render the message faithfully in the spirit and the tone and yada, yada, yada. All the information is still there. Wait a minute. If we went through and counted how many words we eliminated out of here, okay, it looks like about 50%. It's a lot easier to interpret 50% of this than it is 100%. But you got to figure it out into concepts. You got to think like a deaf person. And if you don't think like a deaf person, you need to hang out with a deaf person until you start thinking like a deaf person. Because you're never going to get this if you're not spending enough time with deaf people. And people say, well, you know, and I tell people, find something in common with a deaf person. It could be church. It could be swimming, golfing, bowling. They're big on bowling. You know, if you like to bowl, you go join a deaf league and hang out with deaf people. And that's the nitty gritty. They're all ASL there. Do you know what happens when an interpreter comes along or a hearing person comes along? They do a code switch. When they're talking with their buddies, they're just like, ASL, you know. And when you come along, they feel, oh, they want to show off. They want to show you, you who think I'm deaf and dumb, they want to show you they're intelligent. So they switch how they sign. Now, if you hang out with them, they relax. And they get to know you, and they get to like you. And they sign in their true ASL language. But if you're just going to meet somebody for a little bit, then they're going to raise the bar. And they're going to come up to their best English level. Have you experienced that? Yeah, that's what happens. Okay, all my friends are deaf, and I have a really good deaf friend, and he teaches here. He teaches ASL here for me. And I see him do it all the time. And then hearing person comes, all of a sudden he changes the register, and whoop, up, you know, and he's a smart guy. You know, he works for the school district. He's 20 years working for the school district. He works, he specializes one-on-one with ADHD and autistic and behavior problem kids. And he just saw all the patients, and he's the best guy. Do you know Brian Smith? No? He's the host for DNA. DNA. I think I'm in court. DNO, Deaf Night Out.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in Orange County. They have them all over. If you type in Deaf Night Out, it'll show you a map of the United States, and then you can go into your states. You go into Colorado, and then you hone it down, and they have it broken down into whatever counties. California has a lot of deaf people. Probably New York has a bunch too, see, or Florida. Places where there's Texas, places where they have a large congregation of deaf people, they're going to have more counties. So Brian's in charge. He's the host for Orange County. And they have it on the third Saturday of the month. And it's all deaf people. They don't really like students there. The block, the block.
Like Starbucks one.
Yeah, the Starbucks there on this Tuesday, second Friday of the month.
Yeah.
That's where they socialize with a lot of students that are learning. But the D and O, they really prefer, fluency.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe it's time for a break. So we're going to go ahead and take our break. It's a 10-minute break. And when we get back, I want you guys to discuss whether or not you want to do more of these. I've got these sentences here. There are more, they're not as long as the one that we did. They're shorter sentences. There's 15 of them. But we could just move on to the visualization part of it. I don't want to run out of time. I think you've got the gist of what we're doing here. If you feel like you need more guidance in this, I'm more than glad to do a few more after the break. But I kind of like to move on to visualization. So you guys can just vote in the chat here and just say move on or more. If you say more, we'll do a few more of the sentences. If you say, and then I'm gonna count up the numbers. There's 9 of us. I can't count. I said I'd cap it at 8, and then I let another person join in because I forgot to count one person that was here from the last time. I forgot to count. I won't say who it is, but they took the interview portion, and they were in the book, and I didn't have them on my list, and so I ended up with more people. Anyway, we'll go ahead and take our break, and I'll come back and count up the votes as to how many people want more, and that's a few more, not 15, and how many people want to move on. Okay? All right, let's take that break. Break. You had enough of this. Okay, the break is over and it's unanimous. We're going to move on. So let's go ahead and take out our visualization power slides. Now, the first thing I want to say about visualization is for those of you who say, don't even go there, I cannot visualize, I've never been able to visualize. If you can dream, you can visualize. The same place that you dream, and we'll call this the dream space, when you're asleep and that little movie is running in your head and it feels real, right? You can wake up in a panic and a sweat, it's so real, is the same place that you can visualize. The reason you can't visualize is because you keep telling yourself you can't. You don't know how to visualize, so you say, I can't. And the more you say, I can't, the more you can't. So we're going to take a look at some famous quotes here. If you think you can or you think you can't, you are right. Does anybody know who said that? I'll give you guys a minute to put it in there. The next one says, if you cannot describe what you are doing as a process, you do not know what you're doing. This is important for interpreters, isn't it? Because we're processing everything. The next one says, you must do the things you think you cannot do. Have courage. And the next one says, a person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. The first one is Henry Ford, and if you turn your page, you will see the responses are there. Henry Ford was an American inventor. He invented the Ford Model T and the concept of an assembly line. Nobody had ever put things together one at a time in a line before Henry Ford. The next one was W. Edwards Deming. He was a famous engineer, statistician, author, consultant, and brilliant person. The next one was Eleanor Roosevelt. We all know her to be the first lady. And the last one was Albert Einstein. So, these are quotes from people that we all know and love, and you need to be incorporating, especially the first one. If you think you can't, you will not be able to. The body does not have a mind of its own. Now, we have a brain, but the brain is not the body. The brain is an independent thinker, and it tells the body what to do. And so if you say, and I know this to be true, I knew a person who used to say all the time, my dad died at 55 of a heart attack, my grandfather died of 55 of a heart attack, his father died. When I turn 55, I'm going to die of a heart attack. And he turned 55, and guess what happened? He died of a heart attack. And it's like brainwashing yourself and telling your body, this is what you need to do, okay? I used to tell myself, everything I eat makes me gain weight. I don't say that to myself anymore, but I said it to myself so many years that my body went, okay, that's what we're supposed to do. So what I'm telling you all of this for is you need to start believing in yourself. You need to start saying to yourself, I'm smart enough to do this. Other people are able to do this. If I practice, if I improve my techniques and my skills, I can pass this test. But if you're going to sit there and go, I hope I pass this test. What am I going to do if I don't pass this test? I'm going to lose my job if I don't pass. Okay, all of that pressure and all of that negative talk, the body is going, I'm not supposed to pass this test. Okay, even though I'm going to lose my job, I'm not going to pass this test. Because you keep telling yourself you're not going to do it. And the body will do whatever you tell it to do. So you need to start telling yourself that you're going to pass this test. Not just like, I'm going to pass the test and I don't have to do anything. I'm just going to pass the test. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about knowing and having the confidence that you have studied, trained, practiced, and made ready yourself for this test. Because there is a list of 8,000 people on the RID membership. I'm trying to think. I think about about 1,100 of them are students, and another couple of 1,500 are associates. So if you take around, let's just say take 3,000 away from the 8,000 people. You know what? I recently heard there was 11,000. So that leaves you with 8,000 people that are certified interpreters. How can 8,000 people pass the test and you not? You have to believe in yourself. All right, let's move on. Okay, title page visualization. Let's go to the next one. And it says, 3 basic learning styles. We already know what they are. We took the test this morning. All right, for some reason, number 3 says kinetic, and it should be kinesthetic. So cross that out and write that in. And we know what this is, so we don't have to look at this. All right. The brain, using the 3 learning modalities or any combination of the 3 types that is heard or seen or felt, translates data into pictures in order for the brain to process the information. Remember I told you the brain has to first see it visually before it can understand it? All right. In addition to developing your visual recognition skills using the following process, you will also help to develop and enhance the use of your spatial and classifier skills. Okay? Because classifiers are visual. Space is visual. If my husband buys me a bouquet of flowers and I put it in a vase, and then I put it over here and I put it on this table, and there it is. The remaining time that I'm talking to anybody about anything, that vase of flowers is right here. I can see it, I can smell it. And then my friend comes over, oh look, my husband gave me. All I gotta do is point to it. I don't have to say flowers. It's there. So classifiers are visual and they hold space. All right. To begin the process, we will show pictures to stimulate neurotransmitters, expanding and adding more pathways of visual creativity. This is what it looks like. In the brain, you have a filing cabinet. You open up the filing cabinet and you look for the word dogs. Dogs, and you pull it out. Okay, and then inside of that folder, there's another folder that says pit bulls and Doberman pinschers and Rottweilers and what's a St. George? What's a St. George? It's a dog. What is it? What does it look like? I don't have a file in there because I'm not familiar with that information. I'm going to have to see a picture of that dog so that I can make a file and put a mental picture in that file so that it's there the next time I want to talk about that St. George dog. And that's what it's like when you open up the file and there's nothing there because you don't have any information about it. That predictive skill set is that filing cabinet. You open it up and it's copious amounts of information of stuff that you've learned over a lifetime, that you've been interpreting for years and years. It's all in there. Okay, so when you think about it, it's like the file cabinet pops open, blah, 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 goes right to the file comes up, and the information is there. Those predictive skill set, vocabulary and sign and so on. Okay, so that neural pathway is a pathway that creates the filing cabinet file. The filing cabinet is there. But if the file folder is not in there with information, you don't know anything about it. So when you visualize stuff, then it creates that neural pathway like they just went ahead and made a new street, and it goes down that street, and you gather all that information, and the file cabinet opens up, and boop, you plop it right in there. This is about creativity. Visualization is about creativity. I'm sorry. Oh, there was just a comment. It's not for me. Let's turn to the next slide, and you should see a daisy. All right. Now, for those of you who say, I don't want to hear you say, I can't visualize, because you're telling your body not to visualize and you'll never be able to do it. So now you can start telling yourself, I'm learning to visualize. Okay? So that's you telling the body, I'm okay with this. I want to do this. I want to learn this. So you look at the picture of a daisy and look at it, and you can count to like, 10, 20 seconds. You just look at it. Count the petals. And then just draw an imaginary circle around the center. All right. Now close your eyes and see if you can see the daisy. I can see the daisy. I can visually, with my eyes, draw around each one of the petals. I can see them there, and I can draw the center. Okay. If you cannot see it when you close your eyes, keep doing that. Look at it for 10 or 20 seconds. Close your eyes. We have what is called tracers. Have you ever looked at something, looked away, and then you can still see it? Okay. That's what we'll be creating is tracers behind the eyelids. And so you look at it, you close your eyes, you look at it, you close your eyes, count 10, 15, 20 seconds, look at it, close your eyes, and you begin to see the tracers. And the minute you begin to see the tracers, your mind will tell your body, oh, I saw that. And the minute you say, I saw that, you'll see it. So you can do something like, look at it, close your eyes, and just, he loves me not, or she loves me not, and pick all the petals off. Just as a practice and exercise. All right, so that's a way to get started with visualization if you feel that you've never been able to visualize. The next slide says, if you dream when you're asleep, of course everybody dreams. It's like watching a movie passing in front of your eyes. I call this your dream space. To increase your visualization skills, practice. I'm not going to read word for word. I'm going to just give you the gist of stuff. Look at the picture, and so we've already been through this. So that's kind of the steps of how to practice the daisy. Now, let's look at the next picture. If you want to, George, that book there has a bigger picture. It's easier to look at than the little one you have. And it should start with, the vases. All right. So everybody knows this picture, right? Everybody's familiar with the vases with faces, right? So it's easier to see on this one the two men looking at each other. They're nose to nose here. See the noses? But look back and you see a vase. Look closer, you see faces. This is what's called an optical illusion. You believe in what you believe you see. That's why I have a hard time with eyewitnesses. Because they say you can take 10 people to look at the same thing and every person will have a different response. There's kind of I don't know if it's called it's Buddhist, so I'm not sure what it's called. It's not like Confucius, but they said, I had a group of people look at an object and they all told me they saw something different. And one person told me that they saw really big eyes, and another person said they saw really big ears, and another person said they saw a really thin tail with a little bushy at the end of it. And another person said they saw big, thick legs. And another person saw, and we don't know what we're talking about yet, and then another person saw a really long trunk. Once I say a really long trunk, we visualize an elephant, and all the pieces put back together. The big ears, the big eyes, the little tail, the big legs. So we all see something, but we all see something different. All right, so let's look at this next picture. What do you see? Do you see a duck? Do you see a rabbit? So look closely, you see a duck, pull back a little bit, and you see the eye of the rabbit, and his nose is pointing up and his ears are laying back. Can you see? That one's a little harder. A lot of people have trouble with it. Okay, let's look at it. Here's the eye of the rabbit. His nose is up here, his mouth is here, and his ears are laying back. Can you see it? All right. The next picture, and why are we looking at these pictures? Why are we looking at optical illusions? Because we're stimulating, it's like the icebreaker. We're stimulating our creative juices to be able to visualize stuff. Okay, so here what do we see? We see an old lady, and then we see a young girl. The old lady's really easy to see, but look at the young girl. The young girl, there's her nose. See her nose? There's her nose, there's her chin. She's wearing a choker, a necklace. Can you see it now? This is her ear, not her eye, the young girl, and she has the bonnet and the long hair, right? This is her collar. Can you see the young girl? Yeah, it's a little bit harder. Okay, what's the next picture? What do you see? What's the first thing you see? This one here is kind of a mixed message because you almost want to see both things at the same time. All right? But mainly, when somebody looks at this, they identify the skull first, right? Then as you take a second and look closer, you see the woman here and the man here, and they're kind of close together romantically, and there's her body, and there's his body. Optical illusions. Do you remember when those 3D pictures were really famous? And they were just a design, no particular design, just a pattern. And if you looked at it long enough, your eyes would kind of shift, and then you could see the outline of the Statue of Liberty, or, you know, amazing stuff. All right, let's look at the next slide. Now that your neural pathways are stimulated, let's practice describing visual pictures. Imagine you're describing the picture on the following page with a person who cannot see. Write down the description. You don't have to write down the description. Remember, this is a 5-hour workshop. Write down the description first, and it will aid you in your interpretation. Then sign your description in ASL. Be sure to include classifiers and use expansion techniques to help your deaf client. Oh, that's a wrong word. That should say consumer. Clearly see what is you're describing. My son, who's deaf, helps me sometimes, and I have him, if there's something I want transferred over or something, I have him move things around, and sometimes he makes mistakes. But if I don't let him help, he gets really offended, so what am I going to do? All right. Okay, the next one says, step 1, describe the pictures if you were telling it to a person who cannot see. And we've already basically said all of this, so let's just move on to the pictures. Now, let's look at the picture on the left. Remember, you're interpreting for a person who cannot see. I do deaf-blind interpreting all the time. They have their meetings once a month. They have annual picnics. They have outings. They go camping. We're going to do a bicycle run, tandem biking. You know, there's a lot of activities. So think of how you would describe this picture to a person that's sitting next to you that cannot see. Now, here's a hint. Start with the multiple of things and then go to the unique. I had someone ask me why I didn't do it the other way. Why didn't you say the green apple is in the middle and then describe everything around it? Because it's easier to describe the multitude of things and put the one unique thing in the middle to show the contrast. Remember, colors may not mean anything to a deaf-blind person, right? But we're going to do this as if we're interpreting to an audience that has both deaf-blind and deaf and hearing. All right. So what's the first thing we're going to assign? Apples. Apples. Several red. Now, you can look at this picture and know that there's at least 6 or 7 apples. Just, you don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't have to do that. You know that it's more than 3, less than 10. So your best guesstimate is good enough. So you can say several apples, like around 6, red color, dark, because for the deaf blind person, red doesn't mean anything, right? And then 1 apple in the middle, different color, green, light. So we're talking about being able to describe what we see, all right? Part of being a good interpreter is being able to visually describe information. When I first started out being an interpreter, and at first I didn't really understand what it was about, and then there was a little kind of pride that went with me in it because I felt really good about it. And then it turned out to be not so good because my agency frowned on it, and here's what happened. When I'd get done interpreting, the deaf person would say, I want you. Next time, I want you. You good, best interpreter, clear. Okay, I wasn't the best interpreter, I was the clearest interpreter. Okay, so I used classifiers, I expanded, I described, I set the scene. If you had a canvas in front of you and you were a painter, would you just take a bunch of paint and just throw it on all over the place? Or would you think about, okay, you know, I'm going to paint a picture of an old oak tree. And what colors would I be thinking of? I'd be thinking of browns and greens, and maybe I'll put a butterfly in there, a monarch. That we're going to take some yellows and some orange. You'd be contemplating the picture that you want to draw. We're drawing pictures with our hands. But we don't do that if we don't use facial expressions, classifiers, mouth morphemes, and expansions. When we get to the you know the expansions: compare and contrast, couching and nesting, scaffolding, reiteration, do. You know what they are, and a lot of you learned what they are in an ITP, but you don't really know how or when to use them. Okay, and then there's some people, and I want to be sensitive to how I say this. There are some people that have grown up with deaf parents, and there's more than me here. There's a few of you that you just do it automatically. Well, we do that in the hearing world too. Kids grow up and they watch their parents or they watch their older siblings and they imitate them. And that's what we are doing. We're imitating our parents. We don't know why we do it, but we just do it. And because we know how to do it, then it makes us good interpreters. Not everybody who was born to deaf parents became an interpreter, but those of us who did have a little intuitive understanding about ASL, and that gives us a little bit of an edge. It makes it easier for us to learn, but not necessarily make us a better interpreter than anybody else. Okay, because practice is key to what makes you the best interpreter. Okay, so the picture next to it now, what have we got? How many apples do you see? I'm going to say 20. What do you think? Maybe 15? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Look at that.
You're just saying many.
Yeah. Apples. Green. Small. And you can even show the shape. The other apple was like this, and this is like this. It's visual. It helps them understand the information. And then strange, 1 in the middle itself, red with like candy. You know, you dip. What am I doing? This is an expansion. I'm showing what I'm talking about. So apple, you know, have stick, you know, that. You dip there, candy. All right? That was an expansion technique. So there was classifiers and expansion technique. There's an expansion technique that I love that talks about how you are to set the stage, the background, for a deaf consumer so that they know what is being said. And yet I hear interpreters say all the time, I'm not the teacher. I don't educate them. I don't tell them what anything is. They want to know, they got to raise their hand. They got to ask. That's not my job. I'm interpreting. And yet right in our components of interpreting, and it's supported by our code of ethics because it says in a language most readily understood by the deaf consumer. And that would be classifiers and mouth morphemes and expansions and stuff like that. Okay. All right, let's move to the next page. So imagine that. Now the first thing you have to realize is this makes no sense. How am I going to make sense out of something that makes no sense? So what do I have to preface this with? What do I got to tell the person?
Different, strange.
Different, strange. This bicycle, real bicycle? No, this different, strange. Now, I've set the stage to talk about strange. And then I can talk about the wheels. Wheels, you know, like, and what is this? Classifiers? You know, rubber? No. That. Another classifier? Shoe. Different color. Tennis. Shoe. And I go around the wheel and I show it visually. Okay? Now, how else could I do it? This is a blue bicycle and it has shoes instead of a wheel. Not clear. Not visual. I said everything. I said, there's shoes instead of a tire? How am I going to grasp that concept? If I were a hearing person and couldn't see the picture, and somebody said to me, yeah, you know what, my friend had a bike the other day, it was a blue bike, and instead of having tires, it had shoes. What? That doesn't make any sense. So, our job as interpreters is to make it visually clear so it's like they were holding the picture in front of them. Now, this is a picture, but this is also information. So if you are interpreting in a situation and information is coming down the tube and you can listen to it and visualize what you're hearing, then you can visualize it in signs for them. Okay? Now in the workshop I would describe each and every shoe, the color, you know, whether it was a high top, you know, so on and so forth. All right, let's move to the next picture. So how are you going to explain this one? First of all, this can't happen in real life. Women cannot stand on their own hair. This has to be like, you know, some sort of a supernatural phenomena, right? So what this is a statue. But there's something unique about this statue because it doesn't reflect something in real life. Now, as a real life woman, and she has long hair, that's real in real life. She's naked and very, very thin. We can describe all of that, but when it comes to her body is standing up on its hair, that doesn't make any sense. So we have to preface it with something. So we have to say, picture that really like a statue, but really like not real. Okay? So once you set the stage for their mind to wrap it around, it's a statue, but it's, you know, abstract. And then you go on to explaining, they're ready for abstract. But if you just say it's a statue, they're not ready for that. They're ready for men on horses and dolphins and things that they're familiar with. So, so now you've given it the, you know, the abstract, and you say a woman, and you want to talk about the hair right away. You don't want to describe her whole body and the whole thing, and then end up with this standing on the hair. You want to capture that with the hair right away. So the woman, she has long hair, strange, like stiff. And the body is, the hair is like this, and the body is like this. She's standing with her hair. Strange. Okay, body naked. Look old, thin, maybe dead. Yeah, she looked dead, right? And then you want to reiterate, strange. Hair, hard, like, and body. Completely visual. One thing I want to do is do a disclaimer. I believe that there are many ways of interpreting the same thing based on your age, your interpreting experience, your educational background. So we don't all have the same educational background. We don't all have the same interpreting experience. As interpreters, being an interpreter for 38 years in the courts and 48 years in the community is different than somebody who's been an educational interpreter for 25 years, interpreting 4th grade. And different than somebody who's worked 30 years in the community and never done legal or never done medical or never done It's all different information. So we're going to put forth the vocabulary that's most familiar to us in our own personal experience. The only requirement is that it meets the ASL concept criteria for time, topic, talk. Okay? So vocabulary choices, you might have said something else here. And you could have even went into more description about her body. I chose not to. Old body, and then we can, visualize from there, but yeah. And we could have said the color. I'm not sure. It's just like a bronze looking statue color, So brass or bronze. And the best way to describe things like that would be like a penny is copper. So it's like a penny, but it's lighter, or it's like a penny, but it's darker, or it's like, so start with something that they are familiar with and then compare and contrast it to something else. Because you have to give them a basis in which to understand certain things that most people don't understand. All right, next picture. When I look at this, first word that comes to my mind is clever. This is clever art, right? So now I'm going to describe this picture, and I'm going to say this apple, but different, like art, like etched. If a person could like and left, what it looks like. Okay, what is this? What is this sign, you guys? Anybody know what this sign is? This is North and South America. So you can start off by that, and then you can go, over to and do this, and come over and do that, and then do like that. Okay, you're just describing what's carved into this apple. Now, what is the likelihood that anybody could do this? Nowadays with computers, all you got to do is type it in there and it will create whatever it is that you have typed in there. It's amazing. You can't believe your eyes anymore because everything has been doctored up. Nothing is as what it seems anymore. All right, next page. Everybody know who Salvador Dali is. He's one of my favorites. I think he must have been painting on LSD. He always has things about time. I don't know if you're familiar with his paintings or not, but first time I saw his painting, and I saw like a clock, and it was like falling off the edge of a bench, and I think there was a saddle and all of that. I have that picture. And I just became really fascinated with, I'm an artist, I paint in oils, and so I just became fascinated with the creativity in this guy's mind. of how things are just pliable and moldable and flexible. That things are not rigid and hard and fast like these things should be, right? Because clocks don't bend. They're hard. They're on the wall where they belong. And so here we've got a lot of timepieces. We see some hourglasses. We see a watch worn kind of like a crown. So what are we going to say about this picture? How are we going to interpret this picture? Where are we going to start? This is an abstract painting. Okay? So you're going to say, now be careful, if you sign picture, right away they're going to think it's a photograph of something, which makes it real, doesn't it? Because you don't capture abstractness in a picture generally. So you want to start off by saying, this is a painting. It's an art painting picture. Then you can describe the picture. And then you can say, abstract has a that was what? That was an expansion about an hourglass. Because if I do this, has 3-hour glass. 3-hour glasses. What happens? 3-hour glasses? Conceptually, it doesn't interpret. So we got to go into an expansion. We got to talk about, because this is all about time, we don't want to go off onto some tangent about something else that doesn't seem to relate to it. So you want to say, it's a time with sand, and then, and then you can go like the shape of it, and then do how you turn it back and forth, and then how the sand goes through. That's an expansion of how to describe hourglass. All right. And then you can say more, or you can say other clock. Be careful, this is a watch. Time, watch. Time, watch. And so other watches, no. Other, more time, clock. And then you can kind of go like this and just place them in different places to describe the picture. And then I would end up this off by saying serious abstract painting picture. You could go in and describe the colors as well. Now for a deaf-blind person, if they've never seen anything and they don't have any understanding of what color is, sometimes we use things like cool and hot. Okay, the color is like cool. Color is like hot. So what are hot colors and what are cool colors? Reds, browns, things like that. Those are the hot colors. Yellows, hot colors. Blues and greens would be your cool colors. That's a way of describing color to a deaf-blind. But a deaf person, you're just going to describe the colors. Like a sunset. You could describe this like a sunset. Be thinking. What we do is we kind of do this, deer in the headlight paralysis stuff. We look at something and go, I don't know how to interpret that. Oh God, there's so much information. I don't know where to start. Don't overwhelm yourself with your own voice, okay? Go, okay, let me see. What do I see? I see colors that look like a sunset. I see some blues. I see some oranges and some yellows. I see a lot of clocks. I see more things about time here. So this is a piece about time, and then they've got the skull right in the middle of it. Oh yeah, his eyes are closed. Talk to yourself about what you're seeing so that you can begin to interpret what you're seeing. Now, I know your guys are probably thinking, well, these are pictures, and that's all good and well, but what about all that information that's coming down the tube? Well, you're supposed to be doing the best you can to take that information and visualize it. Make pictures out of it. If you make pictures out of it, then the brain can process it quicker because that's what it does. Right? Okay. All right, so the next picture we see is a dog and a deer. I think that you get the idea. There's more pictures. You can do this on your own time if you would like. And I'd like for us to watch a video. I want to try and get as many videos in as possible. Let me see what's next. Okay, your homework is this page that says time, topic, talk, and to do what we already did. The first sentence says, my parents are putting me under a lot of pressure to become a doctor. And you're going to go through there and put it in the time, topic, talk order and do it in ASL. You do not have to give me your homework, okay? This is for you to do. It's for you to have practice in practicing what you learned today. Now here's the deal. You paid for this course. If you don't feel like doing the homework, I'm not the homework police. If you don't do it, I'll never know. But you shortchange yourself if you don't. Because the more you practice doing this, the better you get at it. And the less you practice doing this, the less good at it you will be. So the only way that you can improve on your skills is to keep practicing. I tell people this all the time, and I even heard somebody, a CODA friend of mine, say it to me the other day. And she was saying, you know, I was listening to so-and-so, and I was thinking to myself, how would I say that in ASL? That's what we do. Do you think a doctor leaves his patients and goes home and completely forgets about a patient that he just did a heart transplant on? Or no, it goes with him. Now he's not obsessing over it and he's not constantly calling, how is he? But it's in the back of his mind. You know, God, today I did a heart transplant, and I hope everything, I hope the body accepts everything, and I mean, can you imagine to be a doctor that could replace your liver or your heart or your kidneys or something? That is, wow, that's big. Well, what we do is really, really important, because without us, deaf people don't have a voice. They don't have justice. They don't have equality. They don't have access. What we do is really big. But the only thing about our big is it can't be here. It has to be here. Okay? All right. So, I don't think it's time for a break, but I need a minute to turn things around so that I can turn the video on and turn the camera where you can watch the video. So give me a minute. I want to indicate, I'm gonna do break video. So as you're watching this, you guys, go ahead and interpret out loud for yourself, all right? Okay, everybody. Now we're going to watch it again and I'm going to interpret it. I'm going to stop it here and there to make comments about certain things. As you can see, he talked about growing up learning C sign and then PSE and then ASL. And you'll see that he code switches throughout his signing. He's a really good example of ASL, but every once in a while he'll do something like the word under construction. And he signs the word under and then construction building. And that's C sign. Okay. Let's start this over and
You want to sit
see
here?
how I do. Yeah, I'll sit right here. Remember, I'm not perfect. Okay, let me see. How do I get this to go back? Invalid. I'm not very good at. See if that started it over.
I should start back up and then just press play.
Did I do it right? It's reading.
It's reading.
Usually if I stop it and start it, it just picks up where it left off. It did actually. So I have to like
Yeah.
start it all over.
You would even sign just B like now.
Mm-hmm. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Jesus Castro. My name sign is JC. And I'm going to tell you a story about my life growing up. So I'm going to start talking about when I was born. I remember the first school I went to was Taft Elementary School in Santa Ana. And the first language I learned was C sign. I'll never forget this one teacher. She was telling a story. I couldn't believe it. And she said, this was the sentence, the boy went to the school. And I'll never forget it. I tell you, my mouth just dropped open. As I learned C sign, you know, I signed exactly C sign. And I was a real C sign person until I went to Venata Middle School in Irvine. There was another classroom besides our classroom, and it came to visit us. They were from Raymond Temple. And so we were like socializing, and they were C sign, and we were C sign. And so we were talking with each other and socializing. And then it happened, a friend of mine who is deaf, and his family is deaf. One day he said to me, hey, you want to come over, you know, and eat with me and spend the night and everything? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So I asked my parents and they said, sure, fine, go ahead. And so I remembered, I tell you, I'll never forget this, because you know we signed C in school, right? But when I got to my friend's home, I couldn't believe it. He was signing ASL, and he could go back and forth between ASL and C sign. And so his deaf family was signing ASL, and I got kind of confused because I wasn't used to seeing my friend signing an ASL, because in school he always signed C sign. So the first time I saw him signing ASL, I was like, what's that? And he said, I signed 2 different languages. And so then I learned something, and I became very fascinated with learning ASL. And from that time forward, I always go to his house and visit because I wanted to learn more ASL signing. I liked learning ASL, and I felt like his family really understood my situation, you know, because I'm deaf and they're deaf. My parents, you know, they were really good. They came over a lot and learned. They were picking up ASL because in the beginning they signed C sign just like me, and then they started signing PSE. They were never really, you know, fluent in ASL. They were motivated. They wanted to learn. So they could communicate with me, because when they saw the deaf family and how they communicated clearly with their son, they wanted the same for us. So, you know, they were pretty good communicating with me. And they learned, you know, from being around the deaf family. So I continued to go over there and had a lot of fun. I really felt like I could, you know, express myself as a deaf person. And sometimes I would sign when I would be at their house, and then they would correct me and help me to sign it in ASL. So then I went to University High School. That's in the city of Irvine again. And then I felt kind of like, you know, I wanted to be on my own, you know, ASL. You know, be yourself. Everybody be yourself. And I would just sign in ASL. And so more and more students became fascinated with ASL, and we became very popular because, you know, my friend and I would sign in ASL. So we were teaching other deaf students. And then there were some teachers. We had some deaf teachers, and they knew, you know, ASL is the language, but they had to teach in PSE. That was the rule. So I would talk to them in ASL, and they began to realize, you know, that it was really important. It was key to the emphasis of understanding like concepts and body language. And so we'd switch back and forth between PSE and ASL, and the teacher would do it too, you know, to help the students learn the best. So then after I graduated from high school, and you know, you toss your graduation hat off, then I went to get a job. It was in Huntington Beach. I'm sorry, I said job. I went to community college in Huntington Beach at Golden West College, and there wasn't a lot of deaf people there, and there were more PSE, the interpreters, a lot of English. I really, you know, I tried to be patient, but it really was unnerving for me. And then I was curious because they, you know, this interpreter said they had learned from this one instructor, and I met her and I was like, no way. There's these two ladies with the same name, Paula. One of them, I don't care for her, but the other one, Paula, she is a CODA. Her parents are deaf, and so I like her because, you know, I try to encourage all the students in my school, go to her. You know, she knows ASL better. This other gal, she's hearing and learned ASL, she's not as good. So I was real supportive. I volunteered in her class, you know. Who knows, maybe I'll come and volunteer in your class and teach you ASL if your teacher calls me in to help you. You never know. So anyway, I was exposing all of the teachers and the students to ASL, and I was really glad about this one teacher because, you know, she herself had a deaf family, and, you know, I want to, you know, get across the point of how important it is about being myself and not, you know, trying to fit in with other people. So at one point I stopped going to college. I had personal stuff come up, and I had a lot of friends said, you know what, you should go over to visit deaf people in Riverside. And I'm like, sure, yeah. So we all piled in my car, and when we arrived over there, they were very ASL. It was there at CSDR. That's the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. And we socialized and talked and made more friends and did a lot of networking, made a lot of friends. And then we went to San Diego, and I drove there with all my friends, and again met a lot of new people, made more and more friends. And I began to see the differences, the variation in how deaf people sign. But, you know, it was cool, you know, their personality, their intelligence. It was, you know, it was really cool talking to different people. And sometimes I would see something they would say in ASL, and I liked it better than how I signed it. So, you know, I would kind of steal their sign, so to speak. And, you know, anytime I saw something I liked better than what I knew, I kept changing and improving my signing. I got to tell you, it's all about being natural, just being yourself, just being able to express yourself in your most natural language. I really enjoy myself. I really am proud of being deaf. What else can I say? Oh, okay, about work. I noticed that a lot of deaf people are really frustrated they can't get a job. I'll say one thing, it's a little different for me because I can hear with hearing aids. That's one advantage I have. I'm stopping it right there. Did you see how he signed advantage? That's not the right sign, okay? The sign that you see to grasp something off of your hands, let me see if I can do it here in the, Okay, to grasp, this is to take advantage of it, to grab it, okay? This sign is a negative sign, and nowadays they're using it for both. They're saying that you can take advantage of it in a good way and take advantage in a bad way. That is not the case. It's always been a negative. So when you take advantage of somebody, you dupe them, you fool them, you swindle them. That's that sign he uses, but he doesn't know that that's not the correct sign. And we're not allowed to tell them that it's incorrect. So what can we do? So I went for an interview, and I used my voice. I spoke for myself, and they hired me. And I thought, wow, they hired me because I spoke for myself. So anyway, I was excited, and I started working. And I needed to tell the people there, I can't hear. And they all were like, what? He's deaf, he's deaf. So my boss came and said, you can talk, right? And I thought, wow, so I'm required to talk. And I said, okay, I'm sorry. Remember, I can't hear. There's one thing I absolutely cannot do is answer the phone. And he's like, okay, no problem. They'll do that for you. But you can talk to them using your voice. And I said, yeah, I can do that. And I really learned something about communication in the hearing world and working with hearing people. So I had to talk to all of them. Pretty interesting. So after work, I'd go hang out with my friends. And I wasn't used to it, switching back and forth. I was in the hearing world all day, and then I'd hang out in the deaf world. And it sometimes, it got a little confusing. Sometimes I'd use my voice talking to deaf people. They can't hear me. What am I doing? And then sometimes it would happen that at work I'd start signing to hearing people, and they'd get all freaked out and, like, what are you doing? And it got so confusing for me. I really had to practice and be professional that I use my voice in the hearing world and I sign in the deaf world, and eventually I became used to it. But then later on I felt like the hearing world it's not my type. I don't really fit in there. They would talk, tell jokes, laugh, and I'd say, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And they couldn't communicate to me. So when I was with deaf people, I felt part of the group. They would tell jokes, and we'd all laugh, and I'd get it. It happened one time that there was a job. It was the Deaf News Network, and I helped them to develop into competing with, say, ABC, Fox, ABC News. I wanted the Deaf News Network to, really rise up above and be, as big as one of the other larger networks. But I'll tell you more about that later. Now, you see how he said under construction? That's not ASL, right? So as much ASL as he is, every once in a while he reverts back to his more English thinking and will sign something that is C signed. That's not even PSE. So anyway, I was teaching some of the deaf people that I was recruiting to talk about the news. And then we realized that they really were not a good fit for the news because they were using PSE and we wanted ASL. And so what I learned from that job is it took, say, about 4 or 5 of us to critique one person that was signing about the news, and then we would correct them and tell them, this happened to me, and it was so overwhelming because I got so mixed up. I was going back to, other sign languages, and I wanted to speak in ASL. So I called that deaf friend of mine, the one that his family was deaf and I learned ASL from. So we interviewed him, and he did a really good job. So I told him, you need to come and sign the news for our network. And I've been so stressed out, it's really been hard for me, but you're a natural signer. So the 5 of us watched him, and boom, he just, it just melted right off his hand, and he was great. He was the perfect person for that position. And so I was helping to develop and expand, looking for advocates and looking for GLAD and OC Deaf and all these different organizations. and out in Riverside, CSDR, and just gathering news from all of the deaf organizations. And you know, sometimes deaf people kind of make things up as they go along, so we had to, you know, look for the facts and document everything. And eventually, you know, as it progressed, it was a lot better, it improved, and we did really well. And then one problem we had with Deaf News, our biggest struggle, was money, because of the budget. At that time, if you were familiar, that was when the economy crashed and things started freezing up and everything was slowing down. And later on, my boss said, you know what, I'm moving our business to Oregon. So I was really set back by that. Sales tax they don't have over in Oregon. Oh, that makes sense, because here it's so expensive for tax. Here in California is really cost prohibitive. So for me to move to Oregon, I don't think so. I love California. And my boss was like, if you don't come, you know, my whole organization is going to, you know, crash, and I won't be able to continue running my business. He said he was willing to pay me to fly up there and to see, you know, if I liked Oregon. But I got to tell you, I got to be near the beach. That's all. So anyway, I thought to myself, well, I'll go up there and see how it goes. You know, first they got to, you know, get the lease, get the building, you know, get established. And then when they're done step by step, then they'll let me know and buy me a ticket, and I'll fly up there. So later on, I'll see how that goes. I want to invite you to the Deaf Pirate Party in Huntington Beach. That would be August 8th. And come on, I'll see you there. I'll introduce you to my boss, my co-bosses, my staff. I'll introduce you to everybody that's there, okay? Thank you all for your time. Okay. Hey, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that little video. Like I said, I have a video for us to review. He does another story about going down to Mexico, and we are out of time for today. So we're going to go ahead and sign off, and I will see you all next week. And you can give me any feedback that you want to. I think Jesus is pretty middle of the road as far as sign language goes, and when I say that, I'm talking about his speed. I'm not talking about his fluency, which is there. We know that he sometimes throws in a couple of unfamiliar or incorrect signs in the ASL, but that's what deaf people are like today, to be honest with you. They grow up, they've been taught C-sign, they learn PSE later, and then they get exposed to their own deaf culture, and they pick up more ASL, and so there's all of this, you know, changes. You could see the passion in what he was talking about when he said he was so motivated. They drove to Riverside. From here to Riverside is 35 miles. From here to San Diego is 105 miles. So to drive 105 miles just to meet other deaf people, that's what they do, you know, because they like that more in-person thing. Even the video relay, that's okay, but they don't want to do long conversations on a video. They want to say, hey, meet me over here, and then they go meet in person and socialize that way. So if there's no questions about anything, we're going to go ahead and sign off, and I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye.